speaking of things that make me laugh, that joke sure was great, and we had such a great time laughing. Didn't we?
Tee-hee.
Which joke?
Ha ha ha!
Yes, master. Your brainwashing has worked completely.
Yeah, see, I ordered the deluxe brainwashing, but I didn't get the massage that came with it.
Yeah, you
The
did.
massage is one that you give yourself in your own mind. It's the same thing, don't worry. Like, if you just think enough, it's about teaching you to gaslight yourself into thinking something happened even though it didn't.
Oh,
Why would I
see,
gaslight
that
myself? The
wasn't
whole
very
point of
clear.
buying the brainwashing is to have somebody else gaslight me. This is like
We-
Korean barbecue. all
No,
over
no, it's
again.
like Jesus. We gaslight those who gaslight themselves.
Yeah, Jesus did say that.
Yeah, well, he said something very similar. Pretty much the same thing.
Definitely.
Listen, help, gaslight, what's the difference? They both end up with you feeling good about yourself and someone else feeling better off than they were. Whether they
This is
actually are
great.
or not.
Defending himself in court. Right, it's just like, listen, everybody I've ever helped has walked away happy. What do you mean I was lying?
It's not lying if I believe it. And you can too.
Have you considered?
And other
Believing it?
self-help books.
I started taking these vegan multivitamins and they make me want to vomit.
That sounds awful.
Yeah.
Have you
I
considered
would recommend eating like a
not
granola
taking
bar.
them?
Yeah, like,
Mm.
there's no... It's like... Real quick, we need to talk about something. Give me 2 minutes of your time.
Okay.
How is a
I mean, we're about to
probiotic
give you
and an
a-
antibiotic both a good thing?
For different
Are
reasons.
biotics good or bad? How can you be antibiotic and probiotic?
Yes.
Yes.
There's good bacteria and bad bacteria.
It's not bacteria, it's biotic.
But
It's not antibacteria and probacteria. You can't
That's
have an
exactly
antibiotic
what it
and a
is.
probiotic. They'll cancel each other out.
No, because the probiotic works only in your stomach, or like mainly that's where its effect is.
Okay.
It's supposed to help your gut biome. Antibiotics just
Well, why aren't they called that then? Why are they just called
in your blood or
probiotics?
whatever.
Because words are made up and stupid.
And also, English is dumb.
I'm just saying, you can't have it both ways. You can't have a pro and an anti and have them both be good.
I disagree.
Okay, what's something you can be both for and against and both sides are right? And good.
Biotics.
Give
Cats.
me one other one. Cats? No. If you're against cats, you're a serial killer or a sociopath, or you don't know, or you're not emotionally well adjusted. Try again.
I'm against outside cats.
I mean, that's very specific, though. Not just cats.
That's the same thing as
Yeah, it's the
probiotic
same
and antibiotic.
thing.
It's. I don't think it is. I don't. That doesn't. What? So like
Some
you're
some
saying just
people are
do
dog
away,
people,
like you want to just
some are
like
cat people.
round up all the outside cats and just put them in a bag? Like what's going on?
Yes.
Put them all in a bag and then just dump them inside?
And then the cats are out of the bag.
Yes.
I had another one, but I don't remember it, like the probiotic antibiotic thing that I was arguing with myself about in the car the other day.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the probiotic is specifically it's gut bacteria, whereas like Adar said, antibiotic is for like everything.
You don't have to explain it to him. He's just being dumb.
I'm just being an idiot. It's just I like to complain about things while also like being my own devil's advocate about it because I like arguing. And if I take the right position, people won't argue with me, so I have to intentionally take the wrong one because I'm always right otherwise.
I see.
Like it's literally in my blood. I get it from my mom. I'm always right. It's just how it works.
Okay.
Like
Obviously
it's
you would-
hereditary.
Right. obviously that is something that people inherit from their mom rather than from their dad.
Well, yeah, but also it's like it's a thing that like because my mom is like older, she's got like a more powerful version of it, so she's always right instead of me when we're both around. But if I'm not around her, then I'm always right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how
You
it
make
works.
it sound like a superpower.
No, it's not. It's just a hereditary thing. It's like saying I have blonde hair. I'm always right. I have blonde hair. It's just a thing.
Now this would be the point where if you actually didn't have blonde hair, that would completely.
No, I actually don't. That's the funny thing. I was born with blonde hair. It's dark brown now. I like calling it dirty blonde because it upsets my girlfriend.
Mm.
You know, I was waiting for someone to.
Same.
I don't like it when everyone gangs up on me for being toxic.
Have you considered not being toxic? That seems like an easy fix, actually.
What are you talking about? Also hereditary. I get that from my mom as well. Oh. God. I'm gonna blame this on somebody else. You and your fucking vegan multivitamin that made me think of biotics.
I'm not even vegan.
Why would you? I know, but why would you? Like, we've talked about food before.
Well, I'm trying to not eat beef anymore.
I hate fucking beef vitamins.
And
those are the worst.
All the like, yeah, they all have like gelatin in them, and so gelatin comes from like, or can come from beef stuff. So I'm like, all right, I'm trying.
It might come from horses.
I know.
I thought gelatin was mostly pork products.
That
Yeah,
too.
It's like fish or pork or beef. Like it's very ill-defined, and you can't really get a clear answer from people. So I was like, all right, I'll do the vegan one, but no, they taste like plants.
I support not animal cruelty, but on the other hand, I like meat. So,
Yeah.
you know, the minute that, like, I don't have a problem with lab-grown meat or, like, Impossible burgers. They taste fine, whatever. You're gonna pile so much garbage on them, you're not really gonna taste them anyway. Like, my problem is they're so fucking expensive. Make it, once it's cheaper than real meat, I'll switch. It's just the monetarily logical choice.
Well,
Grow
the thing
me,
that
like, the perfect filet mignon for, like, $4, please.
I just don't know if labs would do a good job of growing meat, seeing as how they don't
would
have
recommend
phones.
watching.
Yo, you know what would be great? If scientists could, like, find a way to, like, grow a flank steak on a vine.
That sounds horrible.
Like, imagine having, like, you know those automatic, like, feeder things that have, like, the automatic turn on off lights that people use to, like, grow herbs indoors? Imagine one of those, but for, like, steak. It's like, oh, the steak's starting to drip with blood. I think it might be ripe and ready to pick. Straight up just fucking grow a chicken breast, like an eggplant. Oh, that would be incredible.
Yeah, I think it's time to just start the
Oh, I already. Yeah. I was... Listen, I haven't socialized with anyone in, like, 6 years.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this is what happens when Alex disappears for 2 days. I have no one to spout my random bullshit to. After a long and arduous journey from the far western coasts, the Marauders Coast of Madara, all the way at the Alador Strait of Alasir, the Alador Strait's mouth at Alasir, a journey inland all the way to Fortuny Sol, a journey by boat all the way to Milo Harbor, and a journey by land all the way up the Belazur River, until eventually reaching Artavishta. The trials, tribulations, dangers, and questions rose, the allies gained, and the people lost along the way were few, but certainly striking. Eventually, though, you were able to, as a group, reach your destination of Artavishte, where things seemed to be going well. Your hunt for Ozma MacBraonan was beginning to ramp up. Your base of operations, the seemingly unlimited resources of the Viacor estate, and the willingness to have pretty much anyone within the duchy help within reason, meant that it seemed like it was only a matter of time until you found out what happened. Until you got some answers. Meanwhile, Rowan had a very heartbreaking decision at the Lucian Ray that may have changed the course of his life. He may never get in after seemingly seeing that as his end goal since this journey began a long time ago. But things could not continue as they were. Things could not at all really continue, and as your hunt continued, you eventually did find MacBraonan. He seemed to be operating some sort of clandestine organization within the city of Artavishta, within the Ducal Guard itself. And for better or worse, this investigation was chugging along. You were finding out what was going on. You had leads. You had answers. A guard from the attack that was strange seemed to overlook his job and then quickly made an exit all the way out to Corval. Other guards, other strange stories, other weird oddities. Guards that were trailing you, obviously doing things beyond the scope of their normal duties, and eventually a run-in with MacBraonan that ended with him escaping and you all being questioned about what happened. While you were able to smooth things over, the retribution was swift and he began attacking anyone that he could get his hands on, or so you believed. Death after attack after attack after attack seemed to befall anyone connected to you. So you decided the only way to fight this man was to go underground. Quite literally. The whole thing was a build up to that, I'm sorry. As you were planning to fake yourselves leaving the city and work from in the shadows. Once, hopefully, MacBraonan knew that you were gone and not investigating him, you would be able to, well, investigate him safely. All he wanted was for you to leave the city, and leave the city you would. And doing so meant calling upon some questionable assistance as you went to the very affluent estate of Captain Zane Valari, the man who all but controls the naval forces of Vicania through a private company. Also one of Garrett Viacor's best friends in the city. After a tense interaction and some planning, eventually he understood what was going on and was more than willing to help, setting you up in his wine cellar. You all eventually got to rest in the 2-story wine cellar, prepared to figure out what the first steps of your plan would be. With that, it is a new morning in Artavishte. Things are hopefully looking up, and this is the beginning of the end for MacBraonan, for these dangers and these corruptions within the Ducal Guard. I would ask unto you all. Rowan, Strieg, Frey, Garrett, and Mira. What are you guys doing?
Garrett is going to do his best to try to disguise himself, sneak into the city, and leave a message for his wife for Viv at the drop spot that they have made contact with Zane and that they have a safe haven for now.
I can disguise you if you want.
Yeah.
I will.
I thought this is the last time I'm going to interrupt your plans because it is kind of the beginning of the session and I don't recap every little detail. I thought the initial plan was for you to disguise some of Zane's guards as you guys.
That is.
Yeah, to have them leave, but this and to have them leave and go south. But this is to leave a note for her to say,
Yes.
"Hey, we're safer now."
Well, yeah. I guess the question is like, can I cast disguise on you then? Because I probably need to save it for them. So
No, save it for them. Garrett
Yeah.
will just like dirty himself up and
okay.
grab some of like Zane's clothes or something with Zane's permission.
Okay. All right. So,
Or I could always cast disguise self on people and then.
one visible willing creature per caster level if you're doing true disguise, so it would take you both spell slots today if you wanted all 5 of you and any other of your NPCs to seem like they have left the city.
Yeah.
Yeah, use your slots for that.
Yeah, I think so. Cool. I will. Let me. Okay. This is the next day, right? From when we got there.
Yes, this is the morning after you arrived. You arrived like shortly after midnight or somewhere thereabouts.
Yeah.
And this would be the next morning after getting some rest.
Cool. I have disguised Zane's people as all of us.
All right.
I guess one question is, are we trying to make it seem like Streak is still here? Because I know they asked us to do that. Or am I making it seem like Streak is leaving too? Just so that we know, what the lie we are telling is.
It could be handy to have a person who could still move around the city.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll why don't we have Streak we disguise one of us as a random person. Streak goes with them to the gate. That way you're still using all your spell slots and disguise whatever. So the actual Streak goes with them to the gate and then stays in the city. Kind of like seeing everyone off.
Sure. I guess that makes sense. So that it seems like his Streak would be there, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter either way, but whatever you want. I can disguise up to 8 people, so. But I mean, I feel like if Streak is staying, then we don't need to. He can just stay. We don't have to disguise any of Zane's people as him.
Right. Yeah, we don't disguise anyone as him, but I think that, just in the case they try to make a move on him right away as soon as they see him stay, having someone.
I see.
Then why don't I just not go?
Because
Like,
that way
yeah,
you're seen.
me
Because that
walking.
way you're seen to be staying.
But I mean, because we want to maybe bait them. Is that the idea?
Yeah, if that makes sense. Like that way they know he's staying and he's not just mixed up with all that and going.
Okay, yeah, but then so that he's also not walking back alone, I guess. Sure, that works. I will. Yeah, actually, that makes sense. Then I can disguise you as whatever extra
Right.
person, non-party member, and then you can also go drop off the message or whatever if you'd like.
Right, and then we have Streak stay not here. Because obviously if he's coming going to here, it's just going to bring them to here. But we have him stay somewhere nearby. Like an inn nearby or something.
Yeah.
Can find a spot.
Okay, that works. Cool. So I am disguising people as Bray, me, Garrett, and Mira.
Okay.
And I guess Will. Are we doing Cassie and Molly also, I guess?
You have no idea where they are. You also have no idea where Roland is.
Yeah, I always forget about
Well,
him.
we have a pretty good idea of where Roland is.
Yeah, I guess we don't want to disguise anyone as Roland, because they might have him. But, yeah, so that's Frey, Garrett, Mira, Rohan, and then Will, and then I'll disguise Garrett as somebody who's not a party member. And then Strieg will just be Strieg.
It just disguised me as one of the guards that you're disguising as me.
Yes. Perfect. Wait. Do I have it? Wait. Frey, Garrett, Mira, Rohan, Garrett. Yeah, and I'll do Cassie and Molly also, because I have the people left over anyway. I'll also disguise myself as somebody else, just so that we have, just so that I can use it if I want, I guess.
Okay.
I think that should be still within the number, right? I'm gonna write it down. Keep going. I'll make sure.
Okay. Not a problem. So, while you are writing that down, is there anything else anyone needs to do immediately in the morning of? Any plans? Like, what is the plan at this point? For everyone else, while Rowan is enacting plan fake leave the city.
Yeah, I'm just going along with that and leaving the message at the drop, and then I would be making my way back.
Frey would be interested in trying to figure out what fancy inn Cassie and Molly are staying at, but I don't think he'd be willing to go out this soon.
Okay. I did count, and there's five guards getting disguised as us, if I include William, and then so I have three left over. So Garrett and I can be guards, and one other person if we'd like. Not Strieg, because Strieg needs to be Strieg, but I guess Frey or Mira, if one of you would like to have the ability to go out. But I mean, I guess remember that you will potentially be seen. At least anyone who can see through illusions will know that you are in an illusion, even if they don't know who you actually are.
Not to possibly poke holes in things that we've already done, but does Mira's magic resistance affect your spells?
I don't think so.
No.
Or is it only it's spells that you don't want to have happen to you?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to...
Yeah. Mira, Frey, any takers? If being not yourself would make you more interested in going out, Frey, then I can make you not you.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, but also like if Alex wanted to do anything with Mira.
I'm not sure if Mira would know what to do right now. Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you would like to, feel free.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So those are our orders.
Frey would say,
I'm sorry, that made me laugh.
Frey would say, well, if I do find them, I'd obviously tell them of what's going on, but beyond that...
Honestly, best thing might be for them to hunker down in the hotel.
Yeah, although I mean, you did say that them being alone together might be bad for them. I mean, I don't know. You can I think you can let them know and they can make that decision, I guess, at this point, because it's not like if they come here, we can guarantee their safety. But, I think you could probably tell them whatever you think is appropriate. And yeah.
I'm just not sure about if Cassie would even listen to me about this prophecy of hers. I don't have any answers. I don't really have any real guidance, no idea of how to fix the situation. Just a warning.
Yeah, I mean, Molly might listen to you. She's always been.
You could definitely tell Molly that you've
believer.
had a vision of involving the prophecy that Cass has, and that in your vision, it was someone other than Strieg.
I could keep out that detail.
Yeah. Or you could also say, like, the prophecy, like, says that it's, like, the person that the prophecy is talking about is Molly, although that doesn't necessarily mean it'll come true, Like, that might at least give her the confidence that it's not Strieg.
Well, I'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Still have to find her first.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what Frey will be doing today.
Wait, Robert, can you remind me, did William say that his orders were to leave the city with us? Or did he say that they just wanted him to make us leave?
The orders were for everyone to get out, and if possible, leave Strieg, apparently.
Okay, so everyone assume...
it was vague. Like, again, he was recapping this with, like, after getting his shit kicked in.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's a world where I could leave William out and I could also disguise Mira, so I could take Mira with me and she can see anybody using magic on us, but it's fine. I'm not gonna throw William under the bus after what he's just been through, so it's fine.
So, Rowan is in charge of making sure that the guards are all correct and all of the personnel for Valari's mercenary company are properly disguised and ready to go and appraised of the situation. Through Zane as well, of course. He's obviously going to be CC'd on any emails. Frey is beginning the hunt for what the hell is going on with Cassie and Molly.
Oh, one thing. I will set a designated time with the guards that I will drop the disguise, because I don't think we're gonna have a way for them to at least quickly get a message back to us, okay, cool,
okay,
you can drop it. So I'll just let them know, I'll give you guys X amount of time and then drop it after
2 days or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are without spell slots until tomorrow night.
Yep.
All right.
Is this one of those things where we all stay disguised at the same time until you drop it, or are we able to drop it individually?
I think we all stay disguised.
Okay. Can I make a small request? You said Garrett, Rohan, and Frey as guards. Can Frey just be a random rich person? Because he's going to random rich person places to stay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It doesn't say that this one loses everyone at once.
Oh. Is that true?
I mean, invisibility specifically says once broken for one subject, it breaks for all. True Disguise does not.
Oh, okay. I guess. Okay, we're good. I won't be able to cast it again though. So
Yeah, whatever you're
until
committing
it's
to,
not
that's
broken, so-
it until
Right,
tomorrow
exactly.
night.
Yeah, so I will still make Frey a random rich person, assuming that's what he wants to go do anyway. So
Yep, that's what he wants to do.
You copy one of the people that you met at the party, or just someone you saw on the street, so that Frey will at least be able to pass off here in the Glimmering Heights district.
yes.
All right. Garrett, you are planning to get a note to Viv. What are Streeg's plans?
I guess after we drop the not us guards at the gate, I just kind of wander around for a while and then work really hard at trying to disappear so that I don't get kidnapped right away.
All right, go ahead and
Please
give...
don't get kidnapped at all. You know.
Well, I'm
if
not
possible.
exactly optimistic.
Go ahead and give me a charisma sneak to disappear into the crowds.
It is so funny that Streak is like our honeypot.
Well, shit.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Ugh.
Wait, was the
Hero.
plan? I assume the plan was for either me or Garrett to go with Streak and bring him back. At least, like after he drops off the people at the
I
gate.
mean, I can't go back to Zane's place.
Oh, that's
Right.
true. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Yeah.
But at
So, I
least
mean, like,
follow
you
him
guys
till he
can-
can get somewhere to stay.
Sure. Yeah.
But I mean, for a while, I'm just gonna wander around and make sure that hopefully
Yeah,
someone.
I mean,
sees
also
me.
if we follow him, then like they will follow us back after he gets to an end. So
So if you are wanting Glimmering Heights, which is the same district where Zane's place is, there is one in there known as the Night Sky. Zane can take care of the money.
this is a
on
fancy
it.
way of saying you can sleep on the streets
How long does this spell last for? It
until
says it lasts
ended
until ended or
dispelled.
dispelled, but what is... Oh, okay, so I would have to end it, or you would
Indefinite.
have to end it.
Yeah.
Or unless someone dispels it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm ruling that the person that's cast on can essentially choose to end it, or Rowan can choose to end it on any singular person, not all of them at once.
Sick.
Unlike invisibility, like I said, there's more variability to your true disguise, so... Yeah, there it is. Mira, what's your first day of being on the run, an outlaw who has broken all the rules, like...
Fucking wearing holes in the floor pacing, I guess? I mean, there's not much she can do from here, and you know.
Alright. Poor Mira. This is very out of her element.
Yes.
Alright. Well, that
Is
brings
Zane behaving
us...
himself around her?
What's that?
Is Zane behaving himself around her?
Yeah. I mean, hardly interacting. Like, he's busy. Like, he's, you know... He spends much of the next morning dealing with, you know, paperwork, trying to make everything look legit. Like, it wasn't a last-minute thing that he's shoving a bunch of people south towards Milo Harbor.
Yeah.
So...
Cool.
He seems
Fun.
to... Yeah, he is very much in a working mode, a way that you haven't really seen him. Where he's really,
respect
like,
that.
not interacting with you guys and kind of respecting your privacy for the most part and just kind of trying to get shit together.
Okay, that's good.
Otherwise, so Frey, you are beginning the hunt for Molly and Cassie.
Yes, he is.
Alright. Go ahead and give me a Charisma Connect.
All right.
Good old asking around, finding what you need.
An 8.
All right. And I assume you're hitting up all of the fancy inns in the city. Are you trying to hit them all up in one day, or?
He will pace himself.
Okay.
He'll probably start with the ones that are kind of, nearest to the Glimmering Heights district, and work his way out. I assume he would have gotten a list from Garrett or Zane.
Okay. All right, yeah, not a problem. So at this point, it looks like we are actually going to... You guys didn't get into any immediate hijinks, so it looks like we are going to get a bit of a time skip. The next few days, few weeks, we will see. I have given you guys a week's warning, so over the course of this downtime that you have in between your investigations into what's happening, obviously, we'll cover what Frey's doing first, because I don't think that's going to take too long, narratively, or not narratively speaking, but, yeah, narratively speaking. I don't know about meta how long it's going to take, but it is definitely going to probably be one of the earlier things. Otherwise, what is your plan regarding the investigations into... I assume that Garrett will be doing drops every couple of days with updates and getting information. I will go over that. What otherwise is everyone's plan regarding the investigation into MacBraonan?
Yeah, definitely gonna want to. I'll keep Garrett in charge of organizing the drops, but definitely gonna want to be trying to be kind of as tactical about this as he can. He's gonna want to be trying to do basically the equivalent of what he would have done as a brigadesman, scout, finding intel, tracking people and things, trying to be stealthy, all that. Basically, all his training with regards to that, he would try to apply to this training that I, as a human real person, don't have, and therefore can't fully accurately articulate.
Yeah. Alright, so while slightly out of his element being in a city instead of the wilderness, it is still a quarry that you are tracking. Mostly paying attention, seeing what you can find. I would like you to give me a int notice.
Int notice. I can do that. Oh, that's convince. Notice. And we're gonna roll good.
There is room for improvement, if you would like to re-roll that.
I will give that a re-roll.
Any other major, like, over the course of however long this time skip is, you would not be able to re-roll. I'm considering... So, like, the way I'm doing it, the overarching time skip is a scene, and then anything within it will be a separate scene.
Right. I think for the overarching, this is important.
Okay.
To do this, so I am going to re-roll this to give myself the best chance.
All right.
I apologize to everyone if this could be used later. I don't know what it is with me and these re-rolls.
The last 2 weeks haven't been great.
No.
In general. Like, rolls have been very, very mid. Alright. Rowan, what is your plan for investigating what's going on? What is your plan? You know, this seems like it is going to be taking some time. You are working very clandestinely. And while Zane is able to cover for you guys, he is not really able to provide much in the way of resources beyond, you know, a place to live where no one's going to question it. So, yeah. You guys are very much on your own. So what is your plan for investigating what's going on?
I think, honestly, Rohan is probably a little wary of doing anything because it's clear that here in Artavista there are a number of people, including to some extent Ozzy, who can see through his illusions, which is like the main thing he can do to help here. So I think probably for a while he is just like slowly testing the waters of like how far out he can go and how much he can do without actually getting caught. I think probably my main goal is I think like, to me, it feels like us getting like somebody following us is the thing that will give us an in to track them back. So I feel like probably I am myself trying to like both not get caught and also like, you know, be out in disguise, but in such a way that I can keep an eye out on if somebody is seeing through my disguises and is trying to track us back or something. So I am sort of fake honeypotting.
Okay.
Does it make sense? Do you know what I mean?
Kind of like. I guess I
Like-
don't like. What is the goal here? What is it you're trying to do exactly?
I think honestly what Rohan really wants to do is to go sit in on lectures at the Lucian Ray, but I think he's like, I can't just like go walk in and sit down. So I think like he's sort of slowly trying to test the waters of like, I don't know, like how many people here can actually see through illusions and stuff.
I would
So-
say the place the most people are going to be able to see through it is the Lucian Ray.
Right, of course, yeah, absolutely. Which is why I think like he's not heading straight there. But I think it's like, I think he is basically like the same thing that Frey was doing last session or whatever, you know, where you like go out and just walk around and stuff. Except I don't think I'm like asking about stuff, but I am just trying to see if anybody's following us from Zane's house and if anybody looks like they have clocked who we are. I don't foresee that I would be very productive here, but I think that is by design because I feel like I'm scared to do anything in this situation.
Okay. So for the most part, scared to commit to anything major.
Yeah, yeah. I'm basically just looking over my shoulder to see if anybody's tracking us.
Okay. While in disguise.
But I'm doing it in disguise. Yes, exactly.
All right.
Because I think that's like my main goal is to figure out if like how effective my disguises are here.
All right. Give me a wisdom notice.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. I do like that. I'll be a honeypot. Like, I'll keep an eye out, see who's following me. Oh, that's a fun idea. All right. Mira.
Well, I'm not going anywhere for a couple days.
Okay. And beyond that,
I'm not sure.
we'll come back to you.
Yes, please.
Okay. You've only had a week. I understand, Alex. Sometimes you need 5 more minutes. All right. Strieg.
Mm-hmm.
You've got some time. You're making yourself known. You're keeping yourself, you know, in the city, but not obviously, you know. You exist in the city. But you are not
Yep.
necessarily trying to make your presence known, but you do what if people are looking to possibly find you. Otherwise, what is Strieg's goal during this time? Or is that it? Just to exist in the city as a honeypot, essentially?
I don't know. I had one other thought, but I'm curious if anyone else has any ideas for things that they might have had their one person who can't be seen doing.
Of course. I mean, getting information to the nearby estate is not hard. Like, Zane has people who are essentially going to be at the bar of the Night Sky Lodge pretty much nightly. They can always reiterate any information or anything.
Any thoughts, gang?
I mean, not really. It kind of feels like your main avenue of progress is to be seen and caught, and so it's like the ball is kind of in their court.
So we do want me to get kidnapped. That is the goal here.
You could also
Only
pick up
in
my
situations.
you could also pick up my earrings from the market that I had ordered.
Yep.
That's very true. That is so funny for us to do. Done this in
With all due
instant
respect,
finding.
why would I pick up the earrings if Frey was gone?
True. Also, as part of my 7, I do think I would have tried to have asked Zane if he could maybe have one or two of his guys try to follow Strieg in plainclothes in case we couldn't always be there as part of the sting operation.
Oh great, now I'm just extra jumpy and paranoid.
Yeah,
I know people are following
Maybe
me.
if that's not a good idea. That's not
keeping
a
an
good
eye
idea.
on him is one thing. Following him, like,
This is my job.
he's probably
Yeah.
not going to commit that to it.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
could do
That's
that.
fine. Garrett
Maybe?
could do that.
Like, after the deadline or whatever.
Yeah.
The deadline?
When everybody is supposed to switch back. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah, well, yeah. Again, this is going to be at least days, possibly weeks, so... Depending on how well your investigations are going, which right now your plan is the double honeypot Garrett looks at things strategy.
I will say, like, to Lee's question, like, I think, I mean, in my opinion, people can disagree with me. To me, it feels like, yes, the goal is for you to get caught, but specifically when we are in a position to help you. Like, you want to be seen when we decide you want to be seen, and then otherwise probably lay low, which I think is what you would be doing anyway, but, you know.
Okay.
I agree. Whereas we use Strieg to set a trap rather than having the trap open 24/7.
Yes, exactly.
That makes sense to me. And can I request... God, I can't believe I'm asking this. Do I get the earring?
If you want it, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Would
mean,
you
if I'm
rather
gonna
have-
get kidnapped, it'd probably be good for me to be able to say, hey, I'm being jumped.
Would you
Yes.
rather have Garrett or Rohan on the other end?
Or
Doesn't
the
matter,
others?
you guys can switch off or whatever.
That's a good idea. Yeah, we'll rotate.
I really, for a brief moment, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna find out if my friend loves me or not." Like, that,
The
there was
earring
just,
is
like,
only going in when I'm stepping out. You are not getting the weird 24-hour access y'all
no,
share.
I meant based on whether you chose me or Garrett.
Oh, God. All right.
Like, I'm just imagining Garrett asking Strieg, like, "So, which one of us you want wearing it?" And he's just, and Ron's just standing there, like, puppy dog eyes, like, "Are you gonna say you don't want to talk to me?" Anyway, continue. Sorry.
All right. So,
Strieg is just gonna shrug his shoulders like, I don't care.
Yep.
Yeah.
in that case, Strieg, trying to make yourself known, but not incredibly well so, I am going to say that is going to require... I guess we're going back to the charisma sneak.
Slightly better.
Oh, for what it's worth, like, my disguising services are open to anyone who needs it during this whole thing. Just in case anyone has plans that require that, so.
Of course. All right. So, Can we swing back to Mira, or do we want to hit up Frey first?
Sure, I think probably escorting you know, sort of trailing I almost said Lee, Strieg or Rohan or whoever's going out and maybe need some backup or whatever would be a good idea for Mira.
In disguise, or?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay. So, this is Rowan's magical disguise, correct?
Unless it's unavailable, sure.
It's available.
Alright, note that until further notice or something changes, Rowan, you only have one spell slot, as the other one will be consistently on Mira. And anyone else who needs it, up to 3 other people.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't forget, everybody, that you should all have max HP, no system strain, all your arts, abilities ready to go, unless otherwise specified.
Yay.
Frey. We get to you last because you already had something immediately that was very busy and very rigid, and I already knew how it was going to go, so I figured we would... So, the first day does not bear fruit. It takes a little while to, you know, there's the planning stages, making sure not to go out right away, and then kind of, you know, still getting a lay of the land, especially out here, but you check the night sky, a couple of other smaller inns, and you eventually start making your way towards the heart of the city, but it is slow going, and even beyond that, there's hours of sitting around waiting. Like, sometimes you talk to someone and they're like, I'm not, no. Like, you know, sometimes you get someone who's more open about who's staying there and willing to give out information. Other times it's a matter of a stakeout where you're just sitting there for a while seeing if anyone shows up around dinner time. But after probably 3 or 4 days... Oh my god, it's finally happening. After a few days, it is nearing the end of the month. It is on Imperidane that finally you catch wind, not through what you find, but through who you talk to. Someone who saw this strange, odd couple of the serial killer looking woman and the rich princess looking girl together. Apparently at the... One moment. At the Azure Manor, apparently. Which is, with a little bit of questioning, you have found out, is an estate that was originally one of the, like... It was one of the original buildings where one of the founders of Artavishta, like, essentially back when, before it was a capital, back when it was still being built, the initial parts of the Azure Manor were where one of the initial families lived. Nowadays, it is owned by the Duchy, and it's part historical museum, almost telling a bit of the history of the city, and then it also has some temporary residence, some rooms, and is used for big parties and rented out for weddings and things like that as well.
All right.
It has a very nice overlook off of a cliff that overlooks a grand majority of the palace. It's higher up. It is very lovely, but not nearly as overly, like, complicated or bright or spired or tall as many of the other newer buildings that were constructed later. This seems like once construction was complete and the Duchy took over, they wanted to preserve as much of it as possible in its original state. It seems like you had heard word that they were staying there.
All right. Yeah, so Frey would definitely head there.
Are you staying in true disguise as you know, your rich man persona?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, yeah, because Road's already got the one spell being spent, so...
Yeah.
Up to 2 more people can have disguises every day if you would like.
Yeah. I mean, I assume since I'm gonna be fake honeypotting, I would also be one of them, so...
Alright, which leaves 1 more.
Yeah.
If anyone else needed it.
If anyone needs it.
I guess, I say if anyone, Garrett or Abney at this point, I guess. Though Abney is, for the most part, like, still recovering from getting his absolute shit kicked in.
Yeah.
If you guys obviously need him to do anything, he is open to do so.
Frey would like him to rest.
He is more than willing to do so.
Yeah. I think that's correct.
Alright, so, Frey, who are you bringing with you to hunt down what is going on with Molly and Cassie?
Oh, he was planning to go on his own,
okay.
but would anybody like
Right.
to come with him?
Up to you. I mean, Garrett would be willing to come. I think probably Rohan would also be willing to go as well. But
Yeah.
up to
Although
you.
I feel like if you do find them, probably you alone is gonna
Yeah.
be more willing to listen to you.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
bring Mira.
I could go.
Yeah,
Although
bring
I,
Mira in case Molly gets a little fresh.
I mean, I guess nobody else knows that I got slapped around by Cassie, so...
Yeah. Okay, yeah, he'll bring Mira then.
Mira, what is your disguise? I guess, Rowan, what would Mira's disguise have been? I assume you guys would have talked about it, but is it just another, like, affluent, rich lady?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Trying to keep it something that would fit.
Yeah, unless you have something specific you want.
I mean, would that also work when I'm tailing, Strieg?
It depends. It depends. Probably not on days when Strieg is heading further into the city, but...
I guess who is somebody who could be in any part of the city and not draw too much attention? I guess the guards?
I mean,
Guards or servants.
I mean, if Mira is doing these activities on different days, does it need to be the same disguise?
It really doesn't. That's why I was
true.
just, like, essentially asking what disguise would have been this day.
Okay, okay, sure, that's fine then.
Yeah.
What?
The affluent lady.
Okay, alright.
Probably whatever Frey is wearing then, if like they're both going out, hanging out together.
Twins!
God. So, you guys make your way over to the Azure Manor. There are a couple of people who are just kind of outside. There's a front almost, you know, pathway where it looks like it has... It's old cobblestone that has recently been restored and cleaned, but still has some growth and dead grass between it. It is, in a way, charming, but at the same time, it does clash with the much more... I don't want to say modern because it's not that much different, but the cleanliness of much of the rest of the district. And someone just kind of like gives you a nod as you head in. It seems like it's just open to the public. No one immediately flags you guys down or anything. You head into the main foyer and entry area where you can see there is a very, very large glass keg, almost. And yeah, glass keg, and it's got, you can see it's like half filled with water with what looks like slices of lemon in it. There's another one next to it with slices of strawberry. There's a few people huddled up by a large fireplace. There's a smaller one on the other side of this massive foyer with one person who seems like they are either napping or reading a book. You can't tell as their back is to you. But they're, you know, kind of head down, bundled up near the fire and not really moving that much. Other than that, there's a couple of people who seem to be workers. And you can see on the far end there is a hallway that seems to go to a large courtyard in the back.
Okay. I think Frey would start by... First of all, are there glasses for this flavored water?
Yes.
Okay, Frey would like to help himself.
Okay.
And he will also pour Mira a glass if she would like one.
Lemon or strawberry?
Sure.
Strawberry, please.
Has just the slightest hint of strawberry to it. It's cold and refreshing.
And Frey, kind of like looking around the room a moment. I think he would like to start by heading out to the courtyard, just, seeing if they happen to bump into them before he starts, like, asking around by name.
The courtyard, you can see the two wings of the Azure Manor kind of head out, and the courtyard is almost like in the middle of the two wings. You can see there is a set of stairs down, carved into the stone of the side of the hill on both sides, and then a larger double set of stairs near you where you head out. It all meets together into a very middle courtyard area where it seems like opulent parties. There's very large, like almost like cloth and silk flowing gazebos to keep the sun off of people. You can see there's a couple of people sitting there that are bundled up, that are sitting next to a large fire pit as well. There's some very nice, fancy, large topiary, things like that. It is not the largest courtyard, not the fanciest, but beyond it, you can see, after the gates, a fall-off where you can then see you're, like, adjacent to some of the, like, 8th, 9th levels of the palace and the palace's district. But, you do not see Cassie or Molly.
He would, I think, as they're looking about, he would say to Mira, comment to Mira, that, she really did choose an excellent place. I'll admit I'm a little jealous.
Well, we are staying in a cellar right now.
Exactly.
I imagine anyone would be jealous.
Nowhere to go but up, I suppose. And he will look around at the nearest people, and he will walk up to them. And what is Cassie's last name? I don't think I ever wrote it down.
Don't think you guys have ever been given one.
I think we know.
No, we definitely did. It came up
We
at
know
some
'cause
point.
in Alice here she paid under some account, I think, but I can't remember what it was.
That was her friend's. That wasn't hers. That was her friend.
Yeah. But I think at the time she did we heard her name. I don't know. I don't remember it though.
I feel like we've had the same conversation before, and then we fixed it.
I know
But I
she's
could be
given you
wrong.
her full name, or her unshortened name, which was Cascadia.
Yeah.
But I don't believe she has ever given you her last name otherwise.
Okay.
It's
Well, Frey will go to the nearest person and I guess he'll just kind of, ask around until he finds someone. Just say, excuse me, do you happen to know where I can find Miss Cascadia?
He kind of, gentleman you approach just kind of turns to you. Sorry, what's that you're looking for?
A Miss Cascadia.
Who are you, pray tell?
He gives a smile and says, I'm, Mr. Brooks, a friend of her. It's a young woman, blonde hair, traveling with a dark-haired companion as well.
Well, go ahead and give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
Here we go. All right, over under on 13.5. Wow. What average rolls a 5 and a 3 to still end up with a 12? So you have a momentary, he just kind of like a back and forth, and eventually he just, you said a Mr. Brooks, correct?
That's right. I had promised to help her with a little dilemma she's been having.
Oh, well, haven't heard nothing about that. She's, honestly, her and, the other one staying with her, they're very quiet, don't come out of the room much. But, right this way. And he guides you down. Essentially one of the wings seems like it's more dedicated to preservation, while the other one, the, north wing, the left one, if you're entering, is more rooms that people are staying in. And, you head over there, and he takes you, and I believe it is, this one, here that she's staying in. Is there anything else I can help you with, Mr. Brooks?
Oh, no, that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much, my friend.
Of course. And, he gives a nod and heads off.
Right, and Frey will look over at Mira a moment. I don't know how this will go, but well, here we go, I suppose. And he'll go and knock on the door.
You knock on the door, and you hear the sounds of a lock being undone, and then the jiggling of a handle. The door opens about 3 inches, but you don't see anyone on the other side. All you see is, like, a wall.
He'll step forward a little, just say, Cassie, Molly, I know we don't look familiar to you, but well, it's us.
At this point, there's, like, an obvious, like, sigh, and the door swings open, and you can see Molly behind the door where she opened it, holding a dagger, seemingly ready to immediately stab you.
Frey definitely takes a step back. I had, I was hoping to speak to you and Cassie. I'm glad we were able to find you here. It's, and he kind of lowers his voice a bit. Frey and Mira, and gesturing to the two of them.
She, using the dagger, just motions you both in and shuts and locks the door behind you.
Yeah, Frey will go inside.
Mm-hmm.
As she follows behind you, you were quick. We are leaving in the morning to another one.
Oh, then we lucked out then. I've been hoping to catch you. Really, there's quite a lot that's happened since we last saw the both of you.
Thought you left. Do not? Really?
We want to make it look that way. And he'll look over at Mira.
Yes. There was all the disguises that Rohan did. She just like gestures to herself, not looking like herself.
Molly gives a nod and then heads over to a nearby bedroom and softly knocks on the door and then opens it and comes out a moment later. She'll be out soon.
All right. It's Why, may I ask, are you moving around so... Why aren't you staying here?
Heard about the attack.
Good then. Well, you know then.
Listen. Heard about everyone getting attacked. At this point, as she kind of like, her guard is still up, but not overtly so. Like, she has at this point like sheathed the dagger, and she's still like almost side-eyeing you, but otherwise she seems very as relaxed as she could be given the circumstances. And the door opens and Cassie comes out. She's a little more put together than when last you saw her, but obviously not her usual self. And she, well, this is certainly one way that we could all have met. I'm sorry. And she turns to you, Frey. Mira?
No, that's Mira. And he points.
I wave.
But maybe you have switched it up, but okay.
Well, I'll keep that in mind for next time.
She gives a shrug. Yeah, I heard I went back to get some things and spoke with Vivian, and she said that there was an attack and you all had left, and she couldn't say anything else, and to be careful. Which she motions at Molly, who is now sitting down. So what's going on? Why are you here? Isn't this dangerous? Or...
Well, I mean, first we want to make sure that you knew what was going on because, well, after the attack started, I wouldn't be surprised if either of you were targeted as well. I see you're already ahead of me on that regard.
Molly gives a slow nod. Not quite shooting daggers at you, but like giving you that look of like, okay, keep going, tell us something we don't know. That kind of like almost bored or annoyed look.
Cassie.
Yes?
I also wanted to talk to you about your prophecy.
She kind of narrows her eyes and looks away, and at this point, Molly stands up and gets well within your personal space, probably less than a foot away from you.
Ray raises his hands in front of him, definitely a little scared of Molly. Cassie, do you believe that I can do what I do? That I can see things, that I can predict things, that I can see things in the cards?
I don't know. What I do know is that Molly and I, we've agreed it's best to just ignore it all. Just enjoy what I can. So how about instead of all of this, I just keep going. I keep hiding. I keep trying to live. Mira, you do observe that Molly does instinctively have a hand on a dagger right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I would step towards the two of them, like, hey, chill the fuck out.
Much like every other moment since you first met her, Molly does not chill the fuck out. But Cassie I don't know, okay? I don't know what the future is. Maybe it's gonna happen. Maybe I'm going to die. Maybe Streak's going to kill me. Maybe Molly should have killed him and I'd be alive. Or maybe she's going to kill me. I don't know, okay? I don't know what's going to happen. What I do know, more than anything else in the world, is that I don't want to die right now. And I don't want to know what's going to happen. I just want to be like everyone else.
I don't want you to die either, and I don't have any of those answers, but I do know that it's not Strieg. I did my own reading. I looked into this. I looked into the path that you're walking, and I can promise you that it is not Strieg.
She purses her lips and blinks away what might be tears. And she just kind of nods without saying anything. Just a little weak half nod.
And you can make your own choice. You can decide what you want to do, but you don't need to run away from us.
Molly kind of leans in. Given that people around you are getting killed, I think we do for other reasons.
I won't argue with that, but for the reasons that this all started.
Molly paces back and forth a little bit. So what do you want us to do then? Are we just supposed to accept all of this? Or what? Is there any other option? Do I just run? Do I keep following? She motions to Molly. Cassie just kind of like stressfully runs her hands through her hair and brushes it back. And do we just keep staying the course and hoping that... What? What do I do now?
I think do you want to know everything I saw?
No, I said I'm sick of it. I said I'm sick of all of it. All I want is to just be normal. Just live a life where I don't have to worry. Since we got here, I haven't... My head's finally free. I'm not thinking horrible things. I'm not having these thoughts about the future. And it feels like I don't even care. I don't want to die, but if I do, at least I'm going to die normal. Finally.
How's Mira looking right now?
I mean, she was concerned that, Molly was being slightly aggressive. But I think... I think she probably seems a little bit more relaxed, like... that, can't speak English today. That Cassie is just trying to, like, live her life, I suppose.
Okay. Frey is definitely quiet for a moment, looking between all three of them. I'm sorry, I never meant to come here and upset you. I'm happy you found a way to live without that weight. Molly's presence must be a comfort.
Cassie gives the weakest and most subtle of nods, and then I do miss it. The chaos of you all, and I don't know what happens now. I never thought about what happens after Artificial, after being here. But that's for later. Maybe we can talk about after this is done. After you deal with whatever's happening with MacBraonan. And she just kind of shudders and shakes her head.
Of course, there. And there will be a later after all of this. Is there any way we could keep in touch?
There's a moment where Cassie begins to speak, and then Molly just kind of like pats her on the shoulder and, no, we must not. If you were followed, if they know, I can't protect both of us if something happens.
Of course, we'll and he will look over at Mira once more. Suppose we'll leave you then.
I know you can find us. When this is over, find us, and we'll figure out what happens next. Alright?
All right. And hopefully it won't be too long from now. Just stay safe.
At this point, Cassie just kind of shudders and looks away out a window facing north, and then turns back and hugs you.
Ray will wrap his arms around her in return.
Mira, you do observe, as Frey does so, Molly, again, hand on the hilt of a knife.
She frowns, but doesn't do anything. I mean, we're leaving.
And you say your goodbyes and head back out to the main hall of the north wing of the Azure Manor. Anything else to do?
I think once they're like back out in front of the building when they're leaving, Frey will, not really looking at Mira, I couldn't bring myself to tell her.
Well, I don't think she wanted to know. She does seem better. At least, somewhat. Don't you think?
She did, yes. And I suppose if it all comes to be, then at least she could be at peace at the end, but I don't know. I still... I would say at least we can trust Molly will look after her, but if it's supposed to be Molly in the end...
Well, I don't like the chances of anyone else who might try to get to her, at least.
Fair enough. And who knows, maybe this whole prophecy business would be years from now.
Why not? I mean, aren't prophecies sometimes funny like that? Would they have a loophole or something?
A loophole or an inevitability, or like Garrett said, maybe trying to avoid it would only make it come to pass, or maybe it has to happen to prevent something worse from. I don't know. It's frustrating, and I just.
It seems very complicated.
So much easier when I
Maybe
could just make it all up.
of course.
And you know just what to say, because you know that what you say probably won't get them killed in the end. I'm sorry.
What are you apologizing for?
I'm feeling a little not myself. And I'm feeling like I did the wrong thing.
I don't think so.
That I came out here to tell her.
Perhaps, but even if you did, you think she would do anything differently than what she is right now?
I don't know.
I guess we can't know.
I mean, I would honestly be afraid of Molly doing something drastic.
Yes.
If she ever found out.
Yes, there is that. I
And
don't really trust her. And I mean, I don't know the two of them like the rest of you do, so maybe there's something else that you all see in her that I don't, but...
Oh, no, Molly terrifies me. If it weren't for all this prophecy business, if it weren't for the fact that they're both clearly smitten for each other, well, then I'd be saying that Cassie is probably the only person I'd trust Molly with, but I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Well, I don't think anyone expects you to know. Because of how complicated everything is. I'm glad that we at least know... Well, I guess we won't know where they are next, but that they're safe-ish.
And that they're being careful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose, there's no reason to wander about here anymore. Maybe we can at least pick up something nice before we head back.
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, Frey would want to, like, get some nice desserts or something to bring back to their terrible wine cellar.
Oh. And with that, I would ask you, Frey, what is your plan in regards to your investigations?
Okay, so Frey's plan is going to largely depend on how Garrett's plan goes. Or if he can maybe get some actual names out of William of those Ducal guards who attacked him, because basically what Frey would like to do is he would like to play the con man and schmooze, get into their good graces, basically, like, you know, take time to, if he can find a person to focus on, he wants to charm them, turn circles around them, and basically try and get information out of them with them not realizing that's what happens. That's what's happening.
Okay, specifically working the guard angle. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a Frey right there. So Give me a charisma convince.
Hey.
Wow. Came to
That's
play on that one.
Yeah. Nobody messes with Frey's boy.
Oh yeah.
All right. And that leaves Mira.
Well, I said what I was going to do.
We didn't get a roll for it, so we got a little
Right.
off topic on that when we ended up clearing up all the stuff with Frey.
I'm not sure what role would be appropriate.
Sell me on something.
Um,
You know, I'm always willing to listen.
I could, exert myself to keep up.
Oh, all right. No, unfortunately. Trailing Strieg. This is gonna be blending into crowds, making sure you're not noticed. I think you know where this is going.
I tried.
Charisma sneak.
Oh boy.
You're following Strieg, trying to see if there's anything interesting going on. Wow!
I'll take it.
All right. So, over the course of... Oh my god, this is going to be... Oh boy, oh boy. If you guys have any personal things that the characters also want to do during this time... I have my calendar up, and I have some time skip to do. The days go by. I love my buttons. They're so much fun. As a couple days later, we get into the months of Fredatum, or winter, essentially. It is getting ever colder in Artavishta. Your investigations continue. Strieg trying to keep your eyes peeled, constantly looking to see what might happen, if anyone's tailing you, if anyone's investigating you. Rowan trying to keep your eyes peeled, keep everyone arcanely disguised, keep as many eyes on whether or not you are being followed, whether or not anyone's taking an interest in your disguises. Garrett keeping tabs on anyone and everyone who might be suspicious, tracking anyone who could come up in this investigation, keeping eyes on them. Mira following Strieg for the most part, who is, of course, the bait to make sure that he doesn't get an untimely demise, even with the earring on, before help could arrive. And Frey, after being pointed in the direction of a couple of the Ducal guards, are you continuing with the rich man persona that you've committed to, or did you have a different one in mind for this?
I think... I think what he'd like to do is, I think the first time he approaches whatever guard he has in mind, he'd like to do it in like a public place, like maybe like a bar or something. And he'd ask Rohan to make him a disguise, like blend in there with like the whatever the regular patronage is. And I think through that, like, you know, first observation conversation, he'd like to get a sense of what kind of person this figure, this guard would gravitate towards. And that's who he'll be the next time.
Okay. All right. That definitely works. right. So, creating an entire persona for this guy. Getting as much information as you can from him. It is going to take time to cultivate. You have to build trust. It's gonna be a lot, but it seems that is your best lead. Strieg, over the next... Oh my god, many... so this session started on the 16th of Kala's End, though it said Freya's End at the beginning because I'd screwed up when I was setting it up. But it is weeks of this. These investigations continuing on and on.
Weeks. I'm seeing 4 days, unless I'm mistaken. Did my map not update if it was on the 16th that we started?
It sometimes does not on the calendar automatically, and I'm not sure why. But I keep track of it separately on the recording as well, where it is always accurate. Except when I screwed up and had the wrong month displayed.
Yes.
Alright. So that gets us through to next month. All the way to Freya Wakes. The last month of the year. Seven eight 455 semicolon.
Oh, my cat just strolled across my keyboard while I was
Lee could not agree with Mo, unfortunately. I'm sorry about this disagreement. I hope that you you figure that out in due time. I believe in you. And it is God, almost 2 months, 5-6 weeks that go by. From where you started on the 16th of Kala's End. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 full weeks. When finally you have a solid lead. Strieg, occasionally you feel like there might be someone tailing you, but maybe it's just your imagination. Mira, you don't notice anything when you guys are debriefing. It's exhausting living in Zane Villari's wine cellar, but it is still comfortable, and it is unfortunately getting very cold, and you can't really have a fire in a wine cellar. So, while you are given additional blankets, the mornings especially are absolutely awful. It is on and off snow nearly every day. You are getting into the very heart of the coldest season of the year, and the frost has truly grown wanting. And finally, Frey, your investigations into from one guard to he leads you to another, and she leads you to another, more and more information as you just keep getting little bits about how one person will admit to having these worries about what might have happened. All of your lines of questioning seem to end up leading to essentially, you don't have a rigid goal beyond hoping to get a real lead that can be followed up on, beyond these lazy date conversations. And eventually, finally, one of them mentions a very large guard who, after the debriefs initially and all of the information, sticks out as possibly one of the ones that you guys had run into. And apparently he was meeting with a woman who vaguely fits the description of the woman who, I believe Shrieg had the run-in with and nearly got captured. Though the context is much more frustrating for you, I think, in that you are not listening to it as if a belief that something might be corrupt in the sense that you're expecting, but instead that they believe this gentleman is just jockeying for promotion, because apparently this woman is a very influential member of the Ducal Guard. Seems like she works in some sort of capacity, like similar to almost like HR. She is very much there to root out corruption, ironically. Working hand in hand out of the bastion that is set up in the Palace District. And you find out that apparently on Midwadane, the first Midwadane of Freyawigs, there is going to be a auction that is, it looks like the Ducal Guard, the large man who was initially part of your investigations, is going to be providing private security for. And it's the first solid lead that isn't someone that you believe has, like, that you have actual evidence is making decisions or is connected to someone who is, rather than just that basic kind of fear that people are in the pocket of or under the control of MacBraonan, who you have heard not hide nor hair of information regarding. All lines of questioning seem to be that no one's really admitting to what happened. It seems like it is almost a black hole of information anytime you even broach the subject of any kind of payoffs or anything in even the most subtle of ways. Whatever is keeping them from talking, it seems very much like it is... No amount of smooth talking is going to get them to reveal it, but... yeah, the first real lead that you guys have had after almost 5 weeks, which is, you know, a month and a half, almost 2 months.
What's this female guard's name?
The one who was, essentially, like, HR, therefore, I guess more IA, like, more internal affairs than HR. Let me go ahead and... yeah, again, I'm just trying, like, it's not so much an official title as it is, like, that's just her job, and she's very well respected for it. She's not captain or anything like that. Yeah, I guess internal affairs is a better description for it. But, yeah, second. Sorry. I have too many tabs open regarding all the shit going on in Artivista right now. She seems to be, from what you have heard, her name is, she goes by Eddie. But, she is officially Edith Fulmer.
Okay. And she's in charge of setting up protection for an event?
No. The very tall and imposing guard that was reporting to her is...
okay.
Is handling protection for an auction.
Okay.
So.
What's the name of the tall, imposing guard?
He is known as... Apparently, would they know his name? Sorry, I'm going back and forth on whether or not you have gotten his name or just his nickname. Because I feel like I have a habit of giving too many, like, full names away and then forgetting. Yeah, I think the only name you have gotten was Rick.
Okay, so... And if we think he and Edith are definitely connected, then... I'm just trying to make the connections.
Yeah. Yeah, and she was the one that set up the trap on Strieg that he barely escaped from.
Okay.
And he seems to report to her.
Okay.
So, you have a connection to someone who seems to make decisions. Which was already kind of a miracle. I'm happy with this outcome. I don't know that it's my favorite one you guys could have gotten, but I'm excited to see where this goes. Of course, if there was anything else personally that anyone needed to do during your downtime, feel free to speak up before we jump into it.
So I think on a personal level, Frey would definitely be spending some more time with William. How is he doing with, like, his injuries? Like, does he have, like, burn scars now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's got, like, huge scar on his neck. Like, his neck doesn't have, like, full range of motion. Didn't heal, like, incredibly well, given, you know, no arcane healing down here and not the best medicine. But, yeah, he seems to, like, not have full... Like, it obviously, like, pains him to, like, tear his neck all the way. But otherwise, I mean, he's still him. He, you know, he's doing what he can at the home base.
I think Frey would have asked Garrett if he had any suggestions for soothing drinks or concoctions or something to help make William feel better.
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of know just basic first aid. I mean, my mom used to make basically just like a honey herbal tea when we had sore throats when I was a kid, and I mean, alcohol. There's plenty of wine. That's always it's a great muscle relaxer, but I did the best, you know, I could to help him, and Garrett would have been trying to just keep in and
Yeah.
the best he can to heal him. But I mean, like you said, this is
Weeks and weeks later with burn scars. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it seems like he's just gonna permanently have, like, slower, like, range of motion on his neck when he tries to turn a lot. But otherwise, he seems like he's gonna be okay. Like, after the first week or two, he's probably, you know... He's still himself. He's not, like, getting down on it. He's just mostly frustrated that, like, you know, there's not a lot he can do. But, of course, he's here for anything that you guys need. He is still officially under orders.
I guess the only other thing is that, yeah, I think Frey would have been getting closer to him in general. Maybe, like, the odd kiss on the cheek here. And definitely sharing a bedroll with him as it's getting colder.
Oh yeah, it is bedroll and blanket season. Like, bundled the hell up.
I don't suppose there is a convenient fireplace in this wine cellar.
No, there is no. You are not getting fire in the wine cellar. Like I said, like, the mornings are hell getting out of bed. Yeah.
Yeah. Rohan is still really like. I think the longer we're here, the more crazy he's going, and just feeling like the Lucian is right there. Like, how hard would it be to just go sit in on some lectures? Like, I'm sure nobody will figure it out, right? So
He's torturing himself.
Yeah. I think like probably like a week, maybe 2 weeks in, he would probably grab Garrett and just be like, listen, I know myself. I'm gonna do something stupid. So you have to stop me.
Oh my
What-
god.
I'm having a brief moment of lucidity right now.
What are
Just-
you?
If this keeps going, I am gonna try to sneak into the Lucian Ray to sit in on lectures. So, just make sure I don't do that.
Yeah, we're gonna stop that from happening. Absolutely.
Right.
We don't. Yeah, no, we don't need you sneaking into the Lucian Ray. That would. Oh boy.
And then another week later, I definitely try to do it.
Rowan's like a detriment at this point. He's lost his damn mind. Now Garrett's gotta be on Rowan babysitting duty sometimes. Like, come on.
I mean, it's been like a week. And it's like I did the most adult thing I could, which is to tell someone.
Yeah. No, it is.
That is on them.
Like, it is longer here staring at the fucking gates of the Lucian Ray than the journey here was since you guys got together. And having
like
to just hide. Like, talk about getting close with your friends. Freezing in a wine cellar for 2 months.
Yeah, it's
Garrett's
also just like
getting like pissy restless because it doesn't feel like he's making a lot of progress.
yeah.
Well, I at least have a couple of names now. This Rick and Edith Fulmer. Just suppose this this auction that Rick is setting up protection for might be relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some progress. I'm happy we're making progress, but I don't know. I feel like are we making enough? I don't know.
Well, if this Edith person is the one who is more directly connected to MacBraonan, I mean, with her position with rooting out corruption, it would certainly be someone that I suppose anyone in MacBraonan's position would want to work with or want working for them.
Yeah. Either she's the person that you're gonna want on your side because she'll be ignoring the corruption in your favor, or she's the person that you want to keep an eye on to make sure that she's not closing in on you. So either way, definitely a person to follow. Were you planning on bringing anyone with you to? You said there's an auction that are you meeting them, or are they gonna be there and you're just kind of dropping in on yourself?
Oh, I only know that it is something that that Rick was setting up protection for. I don't know if the auction is related to any of this.
Okay.
But I wouldn't mind attending.
He is independently, like, it's not part of the Ducal Guard, which is a big deal because it means whatever else is happening, like, it's not connected to the Guard at all.
So do I have reason to believe that the auction is connected to what we're investigating?
No idea. I would say, like, you don't have a reason to believe that, but you don't have a reason not to believe that. It's just the first time that you've had, like, a proper lead. And the fact that it's not connected to the Ducal Guard in seemingly any way is a pretty good green flag.
What kind of auction is it?
The information was minimal, but it seems like it is a pretty big deal, like a seasonal, a big seasonal auction.
Well, I mean, I'm definitely going to be filling in Viv on the auction and seeing if maybe she can get us in. If it's something related to an art auction or anything like that, or if she knows anyone who knows someone who would.
Oh, Zane could get you in. Like,
Oh, Zane could
yeah,
also
you don't
get
even need
us
to.
in.
Yeah, like you have people that can get you in. Like, you've got the contacts
Okay.
for it. You just need,
So then-
basic. Here's my name. Here's who I am. You know.
Right.
So.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So you guys are going to be investigating the auction, I take it then?
Yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't.
Yeah.
For strong lead. Who's going? Is this an everyone, a bit of a Super Smash Brothers situation, or? You're welcome, Alex.
I mean, Frey is definitely going.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody has objections, Rowan's going stir crazy. He will
Yeah.
take an opportunity to go do anything.
Everyone
at
just
this
wants
point.
an opportunity to do something.
Yes.
What about
absolutely.
String? Is String going to be here at any point, or?
I mean, I don't think it would make much sense if I did show up as myself.
Well,
So unless y'all want backup, I guess, but not really my scene.
I mean, you can show up as not yourself. We're not cavemen, SpongeBob. We have technology.
Do we?
By technology, we mean magic. Magic is the greatest technology of all.
I mean, if we're making this a group field trip, I guess I'll go.
All right. So it sounds like everyone's in. Everyone is going under disguise?
Yeah,
All right, well, there go your spell slots, Ron.
that's fine.
Frey would like to use the same disguise he's been using to make friends with all the guards.
Okay. All right. Otherwise, any other specifics on your disguises, on anything else that you think is worth noting for me to prep this encounter? Okay.
I think the disguise that Frey has been using is probably a young nobleman who always feels like he was like overlooked in his family, so he's trying to make something of himself, so he's trying to get involved.
Okay.
And I think for his approach for this thing, I'm going to be looking for opportunities for him to use his various spying abilities.
Okay.
I mean, I hope it doesn't become relevant, but I think over the past month and a half, his streak has just been going on random jaunts throughout the city, he's been kind of building up his mental map of the city
Oh God.
and
yeah.
identifying the different points that he would notice in his line of work. And if he happens to get in a chase again, hopefully he'll be able to figure things out a bit faster.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully, thus far, no one has specifically approached him, though a couple of times Mira has definitely noticed someone following him, at least for brief amounts of time.
To be expected.
Yeah. Otherwise, Garrett, the only information you were able to glean between, you know, all of your contacts in the city, all of the information tracking on whereabouts, all of it, is this auction came together pretty suddenly. Like, normally these auctions are set up over the course of, like, weeks to months. This one seems like it was set up within about a week or so.
Okay. That seems awfully short notice.
Is there like a main ticket item?
There's at least
Yeah.
a few, but nothing you guys have heard specifics about. Like, it seems like there are some pretty big deal items here.
Is the guest list particularly like selective?
Not from what you've heard. From what you've
Okay.
heard, pretty much anyone who, like, has anyone who can vouch for them or can prove that they have money. Because you would know that, essentially, there's a party/silent auction portion where it's an excuse for a lot of rich people to spend money and get drunk on wine. And then there's the main auction. So there's the two halves to it.
Well, if it was a bit of a last-minute thing, you have to wonder if it's a front for something else.
Yeah.
Front or like a trap, you mean?
Either something more than just an auction.
Or rich people are just being weird rich people.
It could easily go other ways. Yeah. Rich people are weird rich people like that.
Above the table, we said just last week that streak is very Ed Norton coded, so now I feel like we're walking into a fight club.
Oh,
Like
no.
100%, I feel like that's what's happening.
Oh.
I think maybe I will try to like disguise myself as like a wealthy person, but like the kind of wealthy person who is like you remember that guy at the Duchess party who was kind of like a slob or whatever, and
Yeah.
seems kind of like, you know.
Oh, Frey's
not-
favorite.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I remember him.
Maybe not literally him, but someone like that who, I mean, like, basically, I am thinking this is a collection of a lot of rich people. Maybe I'll want to play dice, and that might be a good way to like get like a conversation started with some of these people in like my own comfort zone. So somebody who might be the kind of person who would like be uncouth enough to start playing dice at like a very fancy thing, but like also would be wealthy.
All right. Sounds good. So you all begin to build out these ideas of exactly what your plan is. You all eventually make your way. It is the fateful day. The 7th of Freywakes. And it is surprisingly not a blizzard, but heavily overcast, the frost from the night, even by like 9 a.m. when everyone's getting up and starting to get ready, the frost from the night before is not really thawing all that much because of how heavy and thick the cloud cover is. The city of Artavishta has been covered in snow for most of the past week. It is one thing after another with how damn cold and miserable it is for you guys, but you're able to get everything together and make your way over to... one moment. Over to the Covetous Collections auction house. And as you arrive, it is laid back, it is comfortable, there are a number, like, it looks like it is a very large, almost ballroom with a number. I'm talking probably 40, 50, maybe 60 things on silent auction. It is a blind silent auction. There are pieces of parchment. You sign your name, the name that you checked in with when you arrived, so... But you would sign your name and the price that you are offering. At the end, they will be counting it up as they do the main auction, and highest bids will be getting the items. Among the items that are on silent blind auction are there are 3 separate sets of these jeweled, fancy silver and gold hairpins. And combs. The set is like, there's a couple of pins and then a comb that goes with them. There are these ornate quills made from these very fancy, exotic feathers. You can't immediately identify what kind of avian they come from, though one of them is purported to be from a... one second here.
Alex is on the edge of her seat.
One of them is purported to be from a cockatrice.
Nice.
There is a set of 4 silk embroidered, like gold leaf embroidered handkerchiefs. Some folding fans that are very well decorated and beautifully painted. Looks like they were freshly made for this auction. There are, like, you can see where this is going. If there's anything specific that you guys are looking for, I don't want to list out all of the things just for the sake of brevity that are at the auction.
I mean, is there anything that is even feasibly in any of our price ranges other than Garrett?
They're blind auctions, so...
Well, I mean, oh, right, I guess that's true. I mean, I guess, would we have a sense of, like, how much these things are worth just from seeing them or whatever?
Give me an int trade.
Yeah, I'm good at that. Hypothetically. Hell yeah, I'm good at that.
Some of these, such as the quills, are probably in... everything here, by the way, is going to be rated in gold rather than silver, because this is a very fancy auction, but... like, a set of quills, like, some of the simpler ones are probably in, like, the 5 to 10 gold range, though they will probably go for more based on it. The most interesting thing that you kind of find that, like, really sticks out is a ivory comb and hairbrush set. Hand-carved, made of ivory with these intricate, fanciful designs, and then inlaid with rubies and sapphires to both. Probably the nicest and fanciest thing here, at least at a glance, given the relative rarity of ivory even before the Black Sun.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, that's probably going to be somewhere in, like, the 50 gold range. Okay. On the cheaper side, there are a couple of perfume bottles that are probably not going to go for more than a few gold.
Okay. Is I mean, I assume no, but I feel like I have to ask. These are all fancy but not magical, right?
Nothing here is purported to be magical.
Okay. Okay. I will leave that as is for now. All right.
Okay.
Do we recognize any people?
So you do recognize the gentleman you know as Rick. He is standing over near the person that you would believe, or I guess you would know to be the proprietor of Covetous Collections, Mrs. Valeska, over on a table near the stage where they seem to be talking about something. Otherwise, it's shortly after that, like, you can see the security, and Mira,
Hmm?
you recognize a couple of the people there working security for this.
I do?
They are people that
they've
have
been
been following
following me?
Streak around.
Oh,
God damn it.
cool. Love to hear it.
You don't recognize all of them, but I mean, total security is probably in the realm of 15 to 20, but I'd say you recognize 4 or 5 of them as people who have either tailed Streak or spoken to someone who tailed Streak.
I will, make this known to the group.
All right.
Interesting.
Okay then.
That'd be good to know.
So, do we want to have a couple of us follow them?
I mean, they're probably gonna be here all night. They're doing a job.
Mm. Um.
Yeah, I mean, maybe keep an eye on if they're like, I don't know, sneaking off to whatever, communicate with some
Yeah.
ringleader or something. But otherwise, I imagine they're just gonna be here. Maybe we can figure out if we can follow them at the end of the night. But I have no invisibility or anything left, so.
Is this the kind of venue that has a second floor that people could smuggle in barrels of magical explosives?
Holy shit.
This venue is very large. It does have multiple floors. A very astute of you.
That is a really good question. Holy shit, I would never have thought of that.
I can't take all the credit for that. I'll fill in after the.
Okay.
But I can't take all the credit for that. But yeah, I'm wondering. Garrett will look over everyone. With how quickly this came in, the people who are following Streak, the fact that the guards seem to be in on something with the original attack.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Did we ever determine what was and wasn't stolen from the first attack?
Nothing that stuck out as, like, the attack on the Viacor estate.
Yeah.
The only things missing seem to be, like, valuable paintings and artworks.
Okay. Would I make any connection between the missing paintings and artworks and what is at this auction?
Ooh. If you would please give me a... int trade to see if anything seems like it might be same artist or even the same artwork.
At least I'm consistent.
Well, thankfully, in this scene, you do not need to reroll, because that is as good as you can get. Which is to say, there is no obvious connection between any of the, like, artworks. There's no, like, predominant, artist or any of the paintings
artist
that
or
are the
theme?
same or anything like that. It doesn't look like anything that was stolen or missing has turned up here.
Okay, so it doesn't look like it's still, but there's no like recurring theme for anything that was stolen that might also match up with any of the items that are here.
Not that you're seeing.
Okay. So I'll fill that in with everyone. If the original attack on the Vietcor estate was a cover up for theft of art, none of the items that were taken appear to have any connection with these, whether it's by the same artist or similar theme or anything like that. So I don't know, but something doesn't sit right about it.
Are there parts of the building that are off limits right now to guess?
Yes. There's like an entire back area that's the back area, and the second floor seems to only be for like there's a second floor balcony where there's a few apparently VIP guests.
Okay.
But that and the entire back area are completely blocked off. Like, it looks like, I guess, Garrett, you would know, and it would be readily obvious to the rest of you fairly quickly. Normally, they do also have a courtyard where they do the silent auction, but because it's so freaking cold and it's been so snowy, everything's moved in, so it's a little more cramped.
Okay.
Is there alcohol being served here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is. The wine is flowing, and it is free.
Okay.
Feel free to get drunk. I like it when you guys get negatives on your skill checks.
Well, I don't want to get drunk, but at a certain point of the night, if we don't, I feel like we shouldn't wait too long either.
To get drunk?
Well, no. I'll run this by Garrett and probably the others too. I think maybe I could pretend to be drunk and just sort of like wander around the parts that are blocked off to guess and just see if I can scope it out. Like the person that I'm pretending to be is already kind of like a mess and whatever.
The classic, where's the bathroom?
Yeah, exactly. It seems believable if there's free alcohol and lots of it and people are getting drunk.
Also,
You know what? While you guys are concocting your plan, we will go ahead and take a quick break. Seems like the perfect time. Alright, so you guys had all of that time to plan and figure out what's going on with your
Oh,
auction.
fuck.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the oops, where's the bathroom? But like, I'm gonna give it a little time so that it's like plausible that I'm drunk.
Like,
but
wait
then-
till the auction starts?
Yeah,
It might not be a bad idea. Also, I
Well-
think it would be
Well, my issue is that if we
helpful.
wait too long, then we might be stuck under rubble. You know, like
True.
it's not useful to wait until the bomb goes off. So,
Well, they're not going to do it before the auction because whatever they're doing with the auction would
Yeah, but
be
they
a
will
great
probably do
time
it-
to.
during the auction.
Yeah.
So I feel
Um,
like I should do it before the auction.
I do think it would also be helpful to have Frey try and schmooze their way up into the VIP boxes.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I guess I'll do it like when the auction starts, like briefly
Okay.
after, because hopefully everything will be clear then, and it won't be. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, sounds good. So, any items you guys are looking to bid on during the silent blind portion of the auction? Or anything else to do before the auction, before we time skip to the auction proper beginning?
Why did you want Frey to get into the VIP booths?
I'm sorry?
Oh no, I was asking Dave because he
Mhm.
suggested Frey smooths his way into the VIP booths.
Yeah.
Why
What
do you
was-
want him to do that?
They're on the
Just
they're on the
to
second
see
floor,
who,
and
because they're on the
he's-
second floor. So it's who's up there. Is there anything else up there that could
explode.
like explode or whatever? You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
because we're basically the goal is to see like, hey, are there any more explosives and stuffs that we were seeing with, when they attacked Viacourt Estate? Like, where would they hide it? Would they hid it upstairs the last time? Is there more upstairs that they hid this time?
Yeah,
As well as who's up there?
Yeah, not to speak for Dave, but I think it's like we just want to scope out the whole place, and the only one of us who could plausibly get into the VIP booths is you. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Frey is currently in his guard friend persona right now. But yeah, he'll try and get up there.
Alright. Frey, go ahead and give me a charisma convince. Let's see if Frey can sweet talk his way into... Yeah, it's... Oh god, social situations, it's like a hot knife through butter for Frey.
I rolled 3 5s.
It is but cursory speed that it is only the pleasantries and forced exchange of conversation that keeps you from getting up there quicker. But before the auction proper even begins, you are up there. There is a bar near the back, and then there's also like a standing bar where people can. There's a couple of tables that standing bar at the at like the back balcony that people lean on and have drinks at as well. Everything up here is comped as well. And this is where the real good stuff is.
The real good stuff is the drinks.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Frey will definitely make sure to stop by the bar because it would be weird if he didn't.
how convenient for Frey.
But yeah, I think he'll just kind of, take note of the people here. The persona he does have right now is of a young nobleman, so that will definitely help him fit in. And then I think he is going to just try and explore that second floor area to see if there's any off-limit doors or anything of the like.
All right, not a problem. And as you begin to schmooze and then start exploring, the auction begins. You see a woman, maybe in her 60s, short gray hair, just long enough to put in a bun, bangs, wearing a very nice, long, flowing black dress, wearing small spectacles, and she adjusts them as she walks onto the stage and claps a couple of times. As she does, the attention seems to focus to her, and she just... Hello, the auction proper will begin soon. Please prepare yourselves, make your way up. There will be one round of inspection for each item, and then the bidding will begin. You will have no more than 10 seconds to inspect the items before you will be allowed to bid on them. And we hope that you all were able to find what you were looking for in regards to the silent auctions as well. And she gives a nod. Prepare yourselves. A few moments. And she heads off to the side and begins speaking to the woman who owns Covetous Collections, the proprietor. I believe I mentioned her name, Valeska. Otherwise, from up top, Frey, you were going to check out the, like, any locked doors or anything? Any forbidden areas? Was there anything else you were doing up there, or...?
I think he is going to, once everybody kind of, like, clears away to go take a look at the auction items, if he does get a chance to be alone, I do actually want him to cast a spell.
The bartender and one of the servers are still going to be up here.
Okay. If he can find a place to have a few moments to himself.
Okay, yeah, it'll probably be a couple minutes, but yeah, probably, I'd say after one or two items have been auctioned, you'd probably have time, just to give you a rough idea. Anything else, or are you just keeping an eye out otherwise right now?
Yeah, he's just keeping an eye out, trying to get a sense of the second floor and any place that Garrett might be interested in.
Okay. There's two sets of stairs that curve up to the balcony that you can go up, and then after that, on both sides near the stairs, there are doors that are both shut. The balcony does not curve all the way around to the front or anything, it is only on the back. But people are clearing out and heading down. Otherwise, while you are investigating that, anything else the rest of the party is doing before the auction begins?
I would be circulating around looking to see if anyone's acting suspicious or if we're seeing any barrels brought to weird places. Just kind of...
I got you. Give me an int notice.
One int notice coming up. Finally.
Oh, that's a big one. What you notice at first, you really don't, but then you notice that, like, of the guards, like, about half of them are gone, including all of the ones that you were debriefed as being noticed by Mira, trailing Strieg.
Alright, I will immediately look around.
Like, it's not like they all just cleared out once. Like, over the course of this auction being started proper, it seems like they've just kind of cycled out. There are still guards. There is still
I'm gonna look around for the rest of the party. Does Rohan have the earring in, or does one of the other...
I know Strieg has to have one, right?
Yeah, I think probably Strieg and you do.
Okay, so I will let Strieg know that a lot of the guards have gone, especially the ones that were following you originally. Something is definitely up. If the guards are leaving, there's probably going to be some kind of attack. See if you can connect with anyone else.
Wait, can I clarify something real quick? Is it that like half of the guards have been switched out, or like there's only half the guards that there were when we came in?
There's only about half as many as when you came in.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can make my way up to Frey. Or
there are still guards blocking the stairs. They're like,
okay.
They kind of give you a like if you try and head up there, like what would you like? What's the plan for you to talk your way past them, or?
I am not skilled in the persuasive arts.
Just swing at him.
Yeah. I mean,
Frey has corded himself off from the rest of the party and
yeah,
can't be told what's
per my
going on.
request. Yeah.
Oh.
Is Frey visible? Frey's not visible from the balcony or anything, are they? No.
No, because he's trying to like get like into cover so he can safely cast the spell.
Yeah. Okay. So with the guards not there, I'll just or with the guards there, I'm not gonna try to get past them and create a big commotion. Is Rohan doing his I'm drunk and backstage routine?
Yeah, I think this is probably about when I would be going. I mean, yeah, I think that's right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, at least Streak's aware that there's danger.
Mira's
I'm gonna
probably
look-
around.
Yeah. I'll
Yes.
fill Mira in as well and let her know. How well dressed are all of us?
Given the affluence of the auction, I'm going to assume very, as I have been.
Okay, so none of us could play off being like a manservant or something to Frey.
I mean, you could change, but you would need the clothes.
Right. Just knock out one of the servers, take their outfit, and make my way. No, that's not gonna. That would not end well.
Worked for Hitman.
I am not Hitman. Alright.
You just gotta keep it on the down low for now, then.
You know what? I'm gonna strike up a conversation with one of the guards that's still there.
All right. One of the ones like guarding the stairs.
Yeah, not specifically,
Okay.
but
all right,
yeah,
just one of the ones
if
that's
that's
here.
where I am.
I mean, yeah, sure.
I'll just based off of what happened earlier. Like, hey, it seemed like there were a lot more of you guys around earlier. I assumed there were a lot of you because of what happened at the Viacourt estate. The big explosion or everything. But do you know what's going on here? Where'd they all go?
Oh, not supposed to really say what the comings and goings of the security here are.
Oh well, yeah. Obviously, I wasn't even sure if you knew that they had. As long as you know that they, left. It looks like half of them left. So as long as you're aware
I'm
of that,
being paid to stand here and make sure no one pockets nothing and runs out.
Fair enough.
Not much in the way of
Curious.
speculating. Why, you planning something, mister? And he starts, like, looking you up and down.
I mean, I'm not wearing it. I couldn't fit any of that in my outfit. You know, I mean, look at me. Like, it's a fairly trim fit outfit. I couldn't, fit anything under it. I was just curious. I just was looking around. I noticed, hey, there's a bunch of guys missing. I wonder if maybe this guy knew. I'll be honest. I been a little paranoid lately. What with the explosion, I've heard stuff about going on at some of the other areas. Something about attacks. And,
He kind of cocks his head to the side and looks at you a little concerned. He kind of shifts his body weight a little bit where he's standing. Give me a wisdom into it.
Yeah. I want to do my best to come off as like a semi-conspiracy theorist slash wisdom.
No, you don't need to roll to come off like a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
Trust me. There's
That's a 5. That is not going to succeed.
That is not. You are allowed to re-roll. It would be your once per scene.
Honestly, I think this is where I'm going to re-roll because the next time I might need to is probably going to be after something happens.
Mm-hmm.
Plus
Probably
one.
also doesn't succeed.
The way he's moving, he seems like he sees you as a threat.
Okay. All right. I was just curious. I'm not trying to
Like,
do nothing here.
he seems like he's more worried about you right now. Is that so, Mr. Who are you exactly?
Faircourt. Mr. Faircourt.
Faircourt?
Yes.
Oh, Mr.
That's-
Faircourt.
Because I don't believe we said what names we were coming in as. but
Maybe
that is
you
the name
should.
of it.
And he motions. Maybe you should get to the auction.
Yeah, of course. I'll head right over there shortly. Thank you.
And as you start to walk away, he heads over to he like calls over one of the other guards, and at this point, he and one other guard are standing next to one of the guards on the stairs, and they are talking, and then he like points to you and says something.
Well, at least the guards are now alerted. I think at Strieg. In case anything does happen. Of course, they're going to try to blame it on me, but
Yeah, I think you just put a target on your back.
that's fine. I can work with that.
Oh. All right. Meanwhile, were Mira or Rowan doing anything? Rowan's getting ready to do a plan. Is Mira doing anything?
I'm trying to keep an eye on everyone else, just in case something happens to them.
I'm not gonna make you roll to keep an eye on them unless there's something specific you're looking for. But if you're just trying to make sure that they're all accounted for, outside of Frey, who you can't see.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, and I'm panicking a little.
Alright, Rowan.
Yes.
Time to act drunk?
Yes.
Give
since,
me...
Since I know Frey is gone upstairs, I'm going to be trying to head to the back, probably.
What do you mean, to the back?
You said that there was a back section that was off limits for the guests or whatever?
Yes, so when you head in, like, on the right-hand side is where the main stage is, and then, on, like, the far side would be where there is the back area where they've been, like, where there's, like, 2 doors. There's one that goes to the stage, and then another one that just seems to be, like, a set of double doors to the next area, or the next room. That one is shut, and the other one is behind I'm brain farting, sorry. Behind a velvet rope type thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there guards at those doors? Or?
There is not right now a guard at the set double doors, no.
Okay, I will try to go through there, since it seems like Frey's already gone upstairs successfully. So, yeah.
You head through, and as soon as you do, you hear, "Oi! What are you doing here? You need to get back out there." And one of the hired guards comes jogging over to you from nearby, where you can see they were moving a crate that was on a dolly.
Oh, sorry. Where's the restroom?
Give me a charisma perform.
Okay.
You're acting drunk.
Yeah. Do I get any kind of bonus for being in disguise as a person who would very much be drunk?
Yeah, I think we can throw a +1 on there since you're really selling it.
Yay. Well, okay.
All right. So, and he like puts his hand around your shoulder.
Being generous with the wine out there, man. It's going right through me.
Don't know. But what I can tell you is, it's gonna be, you need to piss, you need to go out, and he like, at this point, like, puts an arm around your shoulder and you know, backs you through the side double doors you walked in. Out to the right, and essentially opposite the stage.
Okay. Could I get a sense of, like, does it seem like the crates are, I mean, I guess, like, bare minimum, does it look like the crates are full of liquid? Or is it like the stuff that's being auctioned, probably?
It seems like the stuff that's being auctioned.
Okay. And does it look like how many guards were back there? Because it sounds like there was some moving.
There were 3 that were moving things, and then there was this guy who came running from, like, another hallway.
Okay, so maybe the guys who disappeared were just doing it disappeared because they're moving stuff in for the auction.
I don't know, I mean, you want to give me a notice, see if there's anything else you saw?
Absolutely. Why not? What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, why do I say things? Why do I? Oh, boy.
I'm doing good today.
Oh. It's Rowan's world today. We're just living in it.
2 net 12s.
With the long, drawn-out, drunk moment that you had as best you could trying to scan the room, you did see that standing back there, essentially, you know, behind the stage is the best way, I guess, to describe it, you know, stage left or whatever.
Right.
Standing behind the guards, like, as they were pushing things, was the woman that, Edith Fulmer, as well.
Okay.
You didn't see anything that seemed explosive at a glance, though.
Okay.
But the crate was large enough. The crate that you did see getting wheeled was large enough that it could have had a barrel in it.
Sure, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will let myself be, like, led back out by this guy. I'll, like, try to sell how, like, dizzy like the fact that this guy is walking me backwards, like, I will try to sell that I am, like, literally too dizzy that I really did just get turned around and, like, I can't walk backwards, and then I will, like, pivot and
and he gets, like, over your shoulder and, like, points to the proper door and then, like, double taps you on the shoulder and just like, you'll get it. Good luck, buddy. That's right over there. You can't miss it.
All right. I'll hopefully I make it. I'll stumble in that direction.
All right.
As soon as that guy's, like, back through the doors, I will head towards Garrett and let him know, because that is important information.
Meanwhile, as you are back there and getting ready to head back, the rest of you watch as the woman motions and they wheel out on an easel a painting, and the woman just kind of steeples her hands. Please, single file, one at a time. This is unknown artist, but one of our more famous recent pieces. The First Sacrifice. And it is, you can see there is a painting of a Duke Hall guard being consumed by darkness. Like, almost being, you know, taken by it. Holding his hands up, like, begging to be pulled out. Horror on his face with his helmet to the ground. Tells the story of the many guards that we lost during the beginnings of the Black Sun. We will be starting the bidding off at 50 gold pieces. Do I have 50? Someone raises a hand. Alright, can I see 60? And as it's happening, there is like a line for people who can get closer to inspect it.
Garrett, from seeing it, has a minor flashback to the war and accidentally puts his hand up while trying to steady himself on a wall. So he does bid for whatever the next bid after 60 would be.
Okay. And that is 65. Very well. Do I see 70? 70? 70 gold pieces, alright? Anything else? Can we see 75? This is a heartbreaking piece about the loss, the many who gave their lives to keep us all protected and able to enjoy this lovely auction on this very cold afternoon. Please, anyone else? 75. Or do I see 75? Very well. And she slams a gavel. 70 gold pieces. To the gentleman in the bright green hat. And there's a soft golf clap as the next item is brought out. This time it is much smaller. You can see they wheel out what seems like about 3.5 foot tall stool with a red cushion on it, and on the cushion is a pair of small round spectacles. There is a slight crack in the left one. These are spectacles that were owned by Laurice Dupont when he was captured and killed. Not but a couple of years ago.
Does that name ring a bell with me?
Yes, you would know. He was an assassin and murderer who had killed probably, like, the stories say at least, like, 50 people. And he was captured a couple of years ago, probably not long before you left, trying to flee the country. He killed people in the countryside, like, never in the city.
I'm sensing a rather morbid theme to these artworks.
This is not artwork. This is a pair of his glasses. He was killed.
Right. I meant in the auction.
Yeah.
Like the pieces being auctioned.
Yeah, a little bit. This is history. These are some of the rarest and most gruesome things I have seen. These glasses have seen the bloodshed of dozens of Bacania's finest. Farmers, chefs, ranchers, all manner. She shakes her head somberly and looks down for a moment, steepling her fingers. Do I see 25 gold pieces? A hand goes up. 30 gold pieces. Another hand. 35. Another hand. 45. Another hand. Do I see 50 gold pieces? 50. You guys are, of course, free to go in line to inspect as well, if any of you guys are doing that.
Streak is just thinking to Garrett, like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Why do they want this?
They're rich. They have nothing better to spend their money on, or so they think. They probably have some morbid fascination with all this. So I'll fill Streak in because he's, with the right, but like this guy was an assassin, but he didn't come anywhere near the city. The people he was killing, well, he was more of a murderer than an assassin. The people he was killing were just they weren't high profile. They were what? So this is for the. Oh, these glasses saw a bunch of plebeians die. Oh, it's where they're up here nice and safe in their villas and whatever.
People like this guy because he murdered poor people?
No, it's a thrill for them because this is as close as they're going to get to like death.
A lot closer right now.
Yeah, but they don't realize it.
Fucking weird.
Garrett is if not visibly upset, mentally upset about some of these artifacts.
As the auction concludes, they are sold at the end result of 65 gold pieces. Very high, and that's, slightly more than the cost of, like, what's the equivalent of that? Probably like a shop in a village, maybe, is worth that.
Well, great.
After a moment, there's a quiet, like, she kind of gives a little hush, and you hear the quiet sounds of just this very almost haunting couple of tones iterating back and forth, and you see someone bringing out on a stand a very thin, almost black wood cello. The bow also looks black, but it has this thin, kind of almost lightning-looking red across it, and a black ribbon hanging from it. This cello was recovered from an estate some years ago, and after trying to find its rightful owner, we were unable to do so, and it is now being sold at the behest of the duchy. So it is one of the most beautiful pieces that we have ever seen of its kind. We wish that we knew the creator, but unfortunately we do not know who made this instrument, but we will be starting the bidding at 10 gold pieces.
What was the instrument that
Mandolin?
that Mira's dad played?
Is that right? Mandolin, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that we weren't seeing the instrument.
No, this is a blackwood cello. It's thin, but it's still like a full-size standing cello. And a couple of moments go by, the bidding continues. Do I see 24 gold pieces? 24, very well. 25? And two people go back and forth for a little while, unless I assume that you guys are still not interested in bidding on any of these. And,
Nope.
It ends up at... She's able to drive it up to 33 gold pieces before it is sold.
Well, half of a shop.
Yeah. That's, you know, equivalent to, you know, a cheap, like, slum house in a city. Not one in, you know, maybe one in, like, any city except Artevishta, anyway. Meanwhile, Frey, up top, you finally have time as they begin focusing on cleaning up as the auction has truly taken itself underway. What are you doing?
Okay, so Frey is going to... I think he's gonna sit in one of the balcony seating.
Okay.
And he is going to cast Flame Scrying.
Oh boy.
So basically, he just kind of like trying to remember how he had done this the last time. He is going to close his eyes and try and open up his senses to see what flames he can see in the area, which is within 120 feet of him.
So there are two that are just at the edge of the backstage area, like stage left, where they are importing things. There are a number of lit lanterns and things, like in the chandelier, everything in the ballroom, like it is covered, but I was, you know, brevity, I assume you don't care about scrying through something that you can already see.
Yeah.
So, otherwise, the only other ones that stick out, there are two as well that are moving through the hallway that is above the, that kind of like circles around on the right-hand side that would be above where the backstage area is, or whatever's behind the backstage area.
Yeah, let's focus in on that one first.
All right. You focus in on it, and you can see one of the guards that was pointed out to you. And he seems to be in a hurry. Like, he's not running, but he is quickly, he, like, heads to a corridor, gets to a junction, looks on, and then turns left. Looks back. Oh, clear. I think we're good. And then turns the left down the junction. Eventually he gets to where the hallway continues on, and then on the right-hand side it goes to stairs down. He starts to head to the stairs down, still moving further away from you at this point.
Okay.
And as he does so, heading down the stairs, shortly past that, the last thing you see once he is at the base of the stairs... Oh, I guess you can, during the duration, they may switch... It doesn't say you lose focus if it leaves the range. It just says during the duration, you may switch your focus between ones in range.
Well, if I can stick with this one as it's moving away from me...
Yeah, I mean, rules, that's what I'm reading here, is that you can stick with it.
Alright, let's do it.
So, that makes this a little bit less tense. He heads down, continues walking, turns around. Hey, you coming? He calls back up, and a moment later you hear the sound of heavier boots, and it seems like the other gentleman who was upstairs with him, the other light that he called back to once already, begins to follow him down the stairs. They both continue on. And they go back past the staging area. They turn and you see the tall gentleman Rick, the main guard that you were here to follow, who points to two guards that you don't recognize. Finish loading it with the rest of the auction workers, if you would please. That's important. We'll be right back momentarily. And meets with the others, and all told, you are watching from inside this lantern as 8 of them go down a hallway on the first floor further away, and to a small, it looks like a, like, very fancy, like a dressing room or something. Like, at one point this was probably a stage for, like, a small, it seems like probably a small theater or something that got retrofitted as an auction house. And it seems like it's one of the dressing rooms that was retrofitted as something. You can't even really tell. But they put the lantern down inside, turn the flame down but not off. You can still see out of it. And all told, there are 6 guards, and then Rick, and then Eddie. And the woman Eddie just... So we need to be very clear about this. MacBraonan is still in charge. Everything's being taken care of. You all got nothing to worry about. The pay is going to be good. We need to finish this, though. Everything tonight, we finish here, and then I'll make sure that you all get your orders and your payments. You all understand? We'll make sure it's covered, and she turns to one of them. Not the one that you were spying on, but the one who was upstairs with him. And, this is a special, from MacBraonan himself. And she holds out a small, like, very small leather pouch and tosses it at him. He opens it and just, real quick, and drops it. And, you see as a severed finger falls out of it.
I think Frey like clutches the armrest a little tighter as he's watching this play out.
There we go. And she just looks at him. Well, you need to be real careful. Because things aren't going to get easier anytime soon. But you know what's at stake? Like Brennan said it personally. Now, you listen. Keep your head down. You'll get through this. Or you're getting transferred out. And we'll make sure that you end up at Corval, or your family does. You understand? And they all kind of give a yes ma'am to that. Ed, the large one, kind of gives a more subtle nod, and then she motions to his back. You still have your rifle, right? Small do. Keep your eyes peeled. I was someone talking about something about an attack. The one months ago, they thought maybe something about another one. She shakes her head. I don't think MacBraonan lied, but if she's back, we need to make sure that she doesn't think that we're working for him. So you don't let that go through. You got it? Us, Mom. Get out there and do your fucking jobs. And they begin to turn and leave.
Okay. Can Frey, as Frey kind of pulls back from this lantern, does he see any flames in the area where they had been talking about loading up something special? I think I was in the back room.
In like the you could not see that far. That would be too far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, Frey is going to pull himself back out of it.
All right.
A little shaken as he kind of presses a hand over his chest, just trying to steady his breath. Looks around a moment, just making sure that, nobody's paying any attention to him. And then, calm as can be, he's going to stand up and start making his way downstairs.
Alrighty. Meanwhile, next up, we have, and at this point, you see one of the guards you don't recognize pulling something very large onto the stage, and then another one pushing it on another one of those wheeled dollies. We have this lovely marble bathtub. Now, it is not only pure marble crafted specifically for this, it has been enchanted by one of the esteemed brights in training of the Lucian Ray. It is self-heating to a comfortable yet hot degree. Please, I would like you all to come and examine the perfect craftsmanship, the every waking inch of it. And she motions, and you see two more people bring a large barrel over and begin pouring water into it. The water begins to steam as it lands into it. Feel free to put your hand in it. Feel the water. Feel that we are not trying to take anything away. We want you to understand just how comfortable this bathtub is. And, yeah, people begin getting in line. It is steaming, but not scalding or boiling or anything like that. It has a traditional marbled design. It has 4 legs, and you can see where there is also a setting on one side where it looks like it is separately, like, display. It's not part of the display, but there is like an inset to have pillows attached as well. And a holder for them. We will start the bidding at 350 gold pieces. 350 gold pieces, please. There is no response from anyone. No one here interested?
Wouldn't
Let me
really
just
have
pull out
anywhere
my
to
350 gold pieces.
Yeah. Wouldn't have anywhere to put it either.
The price falls to 250. Someone finally bids. There is a cursory bidding war between a couple of people, and it ends up selling at 295 gold. And then it is wheeled off. After this, there are a couple of... There is a diamond-clad circlet. For the sake of brevity, I don't think you guys are bidding on it, so I won't go into the detail. Apparently made by a famous jeweler, Martin Wolf. The circlet itself is some 40, 50 years old, they believe. It ends up selling for 112 gold pieces. After that is a scale model of the Black Wind. She goes into the detail about it. It is a famous pirate ship from about 100 years ago. This scale model is apparently a perfect representation based on all accounts at the time and any artist's renditions as well. It sells for 45 gold pieces. And now we have but 2 items left for you this evening. Unfortunately, this one, both of them really, do not have a lot to show. And the first one is brought out on a small pedestal with a fancy red cushion. It is a small compass. It is a dark oak wood base, and then it's got a gold ring around it. And it is just idly, slowly spinning. They're holding it so that, like, you can see it. This compass seeks mana, not north.
Oh. Okay, well. It's very tempting, but this is gonna go for like 1,000 gold pieces.
There's only one way to find out.
She goes into a little bit of the history and detail of its creation, how the owner, while wishing to remain anonymous, has fallen into hard times and needs the coin, and that it is being auctioned for a very good cause, though she does not go into more detail than that.
Okay.
We will be starting the bidding. We do not believe we have an exact number, but it is believed that pure mana can be found within about a half-mile with some accuracy, 1,000 feet with almost perfect. We'll start the bidding at 1,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, there's only one of us that has that kind of money. So, Garrett,
I
if
don't
you were
have that
interested-
money on me.
Yeah.
Also,
Just
you're
imagine
not
you-
currently a vehicle.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Just imagine you winning the auction and be like, no, don't worry, I'm good for it. I'm Garrett Viacourt.
Yeah, that would not end well.
Oh.
Sorry, Rohan.
No, I mean, I get it. It's just, it's a good deal, like, even not for me.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely is. I just...
Yeah, no, I totally get it.
Can I see 1,100? And someone calls out, 1,200. What's it call out? 13? Nothing immediately. 1,250. A bid. And then the next few moments are 2 people who get in a bidding war. It goes up and up and up between these 2 people until one of them, this gentleman wearing a very, like, almost salmon-colored tabard with a bright pink lotus on it, eventually just stands up and 3,500, and there's just silence at that. It was about 2,000 before that.
Does the tabard or emblem mean anything to myself or anyone else?
Give me an int no.
Because that sounds like it would be a... There's no int. It's a 9.
You don't know the details, but you've heard of someone, a famous, like, Artivishtan, essentially, like, a knight that lives in Artivista and travels Vacania a lot, known as the Pink Lotus Knight.
Pink Lotus Knight.
He's been around for like 50. Like, this dude's got to be like 70 or 80 at least. You can't tell. He is wearing a helmet.
Once the Pink Lotus Knight passes on his armor to the next Pink Lotus Knight, a la Dread Pirate Roberts.
But, there is silence after the bid, and then it is sold for 3,500. And at this point, she walks over off the stage and comes back with a rolled up parchment. You can see a almost glowing, like almost like silvery speckled wax seal on it. Like very thick flecks of some sort of reflecting metal that generally signifies a wax seal by someone important to the duchy. Our last item is but a simple piece of parchment. This is the deed to the First Stake Vineyard and Estate. It is about 15 miles outside of the city, well within protected borders, sees consistent patrols from Ducal guards and even the Rights. It has been completely repaired from its state during the Black Sun, and it just needs a loving, caring family to bring it back to its once proud glory. We will start the bidding at 3,500, and it begins going up. 4,000, 4,500. Meanwhile, is there anything else you guys are doing right now? Frey, you got some information?
Yeah, so as soon as Frey gets back down to the ground level, he's gonna look for the first of the group that he can find.
Okay. I imagine Streak would be towards the back.
Probably, yeah.
Alright, there you go.
Okay. Frey will just stroll up beside Strieg, and keeping his voice low, he'll say, I heard them, the guards all gathered together talking about MacBraonan. They're doing something here tonight. I don't know what, but I think it's going to happen soon. They were loading something special up in the back, though I couldn't see what.
Okay. Should we run?
We should find the others first.
I will relay to Garrett via earring.
Are Mira or Rohan near me?
Yeah, I came over to tell you about.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I was
right.
thinking back anyway. So
So I will let.
within eyesight, at least.
So I will definitely let Rohan know about, we'll just earring telephone this, that, hey, Big Brand's got something planned for here.
yeah,
There's something going on in the back. So we're gonna have to be ready for something that happens. I don't know.
Does it look like there's anything happening yet? Like, do we notice more guards coming or going, or does it seem like they're setting anything up?
No, it just
Anything at
seems like
all?
those guards that went missing don't seem like they're coming back right now.
When Frey was spying, did he see anything in particular when they were talking about loading something up? Like, did he see like a crate or?
No.
Moving stuff? Okay.
No crates or anything like that. Just, it seemed like it was just a meeting between a few Ducal guards and their apparent leader with, Eddie.
Okay, so when they were talking about the loading something special up, there wasn't any actual action going on at the time?
No, they were meeting clandestinely in a dressing room.
Okay. Okay.
So, the relevance of it seems... It may have been them actually talking about work, you can't really tell. But... As you guys inform each other of the possible strangeness, or at least the very concerning meeting between a couple of people, the auction begins to wind down. The final price listed at the the name was the First Stake Vineyard ends up going for $6,850 gold.
That's a good amount.
Yeah, that's equivalent to, like, probably a little bit less than the estate you guys are currently living in the basement of.
Yeah.
And that is a reformed, but not, like, it's not coming with any of the fixins, given it's winter, and you're probably not gonna get all the labor till, you know, it starts to warm up, but... Either way, that ends the auction. They begin giving out the various items that were won by people via silent auction. And, yeah. What are you guys doing?
Ray is
Yeah, it doesn't
definitely... oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, it doesn't look like anything's gonna actually blow up. What they might have been involved with was something behind the scenes, either carting off an auctioned item or something.
It's Garrett saying this in character.
Yes.
Okay. So Frey, I assume we're kind of all gathered, huddled together. That's more than that too. They spoke of Corval as if it was a punishment for any guard who got cold feet, sending them or their family there.
I wonder why that is.
Wasn't there a guard that...
Yeah, the one who was investigating the incident at my estate got sent there, or volunteered to go there. I mean, it could be the equivalent of getting sent off to the crappy district. It's so, hey, this is away from where all the action is, away from where the money is. You screw up, you get to go over there.
Yeah.
There was a severed finger. I think it's more than just a disappointing reassignment.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, we haven't heard anything about anything serious going on there.
I mean, we haven't. Have we heard anything directly out of the town?
I'm assuming there's just been regular news or whatever. It hasn't
It's a little town. It's like it's
Yeah.
so little it's not on most maps.
Well, maybe we can ask around about it.
Yeah. Well,
Not
I mean,
here,
it's-
obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like maybe this place is safe for now. I don't know.
I would have thought that if something were to happen, it would have happened already. So maybe it's like you said, Garrett. Maybe they were just taking something from here.
It would have. I mean, it makes sense to have a meeting here because this would be a great way to get a bunch of different guards together from different departments, pulling a little extra shift to get a little extra coin. That's not unusual. So if they all get here, oh hey guys, annual asshats meeting down in the basement.
Yeah.
Well, if we think we're done here, I'd rather keep having this conversation where they can't overhear us.
Not a bad idea.
As things are winding down, you do see, as the tall one known as Ed begins like yelling at a couple of the other ones that Frey, you wouldn't recognize. I guess now you would at this point, as some of the ones that were following Strieg or anything like that. But he yells at a couple of them, and then you see as there's like a light whistle, and he like stands straight up and immediately turns and heads to a side door. The one that had the door that Rowan had tried to stumble through. Like, not quite scared, but he looks a little nervous and shaken as he like darts up and heads towards it.
Is it guarded, or would we be able to?
It's not guarded. Everyone's paying attention to like the giving out of stuff right now.
Is there a fire in there?
I say we make our way over and check it out.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure you were asking if like there's a raging fire or something Frey can look through.
Something freaking.
Well, actually, it's
I was
not
like,
a raging.
Oh,
It's not a raging fire. It's a happy fire.
oh. I mean, yeah, you guys heading over there, or one of
Yeah.
you, or
I
Frey
see.
can- Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, we head over there. Maybe not all in a group, but kind of spread it out a little bit. So that we're over that way. Maybe have one or two of us actually go through, though.
Were you gonna say Frey can try to scry?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe do that first, I guess, in case there's an ambush or something.
Okay. Yeah, so Frey will close his eyes again and he will cast Flame Scrying again. See if there's any flames in that direction to spy through.
there are. They generally like having lights in the back rooms, and there are flames.
Alright. Yeah, so he will start looking through those one by one until something catches his eye.
At the third one, as you kind of like, it's a slightly like overhead hanging lantern off of one of the shelves, and you hear Eddie, who, you need to go see him. Need to go see him now. There may be a change of plans today. I am not sure, but something is wrong. Waited this whole damn time. Nothing. You know, we were expecting... Who the fuck was it even? Ames? Taller? One of them should have been here. Go find out what's going on. And he just, of course, ma'am. Of course. I'll just need to... No, you go now. Whether the next time people head to fucking Corval, you're going to escort them and you're not coming back either. Of course, ma'am. I'll go to the meeting spot right away. Come out. Not the damned back, you idiot. And he just stands up and gives a nod and throws his flintlock rifle over his shoulder and starts heading out the back.
So I think as soon as she tells him to go out the back, Frey, I'm thinking Frey kind of like has a hand on somebody's arm near him, let's say Mira's, and he kind of just squeezes it and just says, like in a hushed whisper, going out the back, somebody follow.
I guess I will go.
All right, you're heading around like the front exit to see if you can cut him off, or are you trying to charge through the back room?
I will go through the front exit.
Okay.
I don't think I can charge through the back.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, did she say the next time people go to Corval, you're gonna escort them and you won't come back either?
Yes.
As in, like, the last time people went to Corval, they were put in a state that they couldn't come back?
That's
Or
what she said.
Did
won't
we
come
hear
back either.
Did we hear back about the guards? Did they get there safely and stuff?
The
Well, we
guards
did send
that we sent, they didn't go to
Corval.
Corval.
They ended up going south to...
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We're
Because
safe.
because Zane was like, I have no reason to be sending
Yeah, I
people
can't
over there."
Yes,
sell
correct,
Corval,
correct.
but I can sell... Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Do we know of anyone who's been to Corval, like, related to us recently, or do we think this is like,
No.
I don't know?
I mean, there's
Blakely
one person you know
and
that's related to Corval.
Right, we were
that
going
was
to go there.
a
Right,
while
but
ago,
no one's-
like years and
No
years
one's gone
ago.
there recently, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess like the AMS guy and Blakely possibly, but yeah. I mean, Blakely not recently. That sounds like it's like 20 years ago, but you know.
Just to clarify, Frey is not echoing stuff word by word.
Yes.
He just
Yes.
gave that one
this was
message.
this was just above the like. I figured that we would have known if we never heard back from the guys who I thought went to Corval, but they didn't. So I was just checking that.
Yeah,
above
no,
that.
you're
Okay, cool.
you're good.
All right, cool.
All right.
Yes, I will try to cut off the guy. I would go through the front door and try to cut him off.
All right. You head up the front and take a back alley, circling around, and he is
If
sitting
we're
in the
trying to
back.
cut someone off, should I go too?
Yeah, I would recommend it.
I will also go.
Frey stumbles a little as his support suddenly vanishes.
Sorry.
Also, I will drop my disguise and glamour myself to look like somebody who would be just walking around in the, whatever.
Okay.
Like,
All right.
yeah, yeah.
He is sitting on what seems like a crate full of trash in the back alley, smoking from a pipe right now.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, like, you guys are probably a block away. Like, you can see him, like, he has a very, like, the dude's like 6'8". Like, he's not hard to find in a crowd.
Oh no.
I said he's very tall. He's like 6'6", 6'8", and he's got fucking, like fucking boots on.
All right.
Big
Well,
boot.
if he's just sitting there,
Yes, he looks annoyed, but you can't make out, like, mostly from body language.
okay. I guess maybe I will try to hide somewhere nearby, and because I would assume that somebody would be coming to meet him in that case. So maybe we'll head out nearby. Try to keep an eye.
Alright, see if you can find a good hiding spot. Give me an int sneak.
Okay.
I assume you're bringing Mira with you?
Yeah.
Well... You find an area that's very dark in the shadows and just kind of crouch low, and you watch him for about 2 minutes, he takes a couple of very big, strong puffs from his, just long drags, big puffs of smoke from this, from his pipe, and then he puts it back in a pouch and stands up and with a big heavy sigh puts his helmet back on and heads south.
I will glance at Mira like, do we follow? I think so, right?
For a while, I don't see why not.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He's supposed to be meeting somebody important.
Yeah. It felt like he left in such a hurry, but then it was like, all right, time to hang out and take a smoke break, and then, yeah. But I guess we will follow him.
All right. Just the two of you? The rest of everyone else is staying behind?
I think Frey was lingering and scrying a little longer to see if Edith did anything.
After the argument, she waits about... Well, I guess it depends on how much longer you're gonna be there before I can say how long she's gotta be there. So I guess that's gonna depend on what Garrett and Strieg are doing.
I mean, I'm gonna keep looking around the auction as people start to, I guess, filter out, see if there's anything else that's going on. But maybe one of us should try to find the other two just to keep in touch. Streak, do you think?
I could definitely chase them down, especially if they spend a little bit sitting in the alley.
All right.
Okay, yeah.
Strieg's gotten used to the city. Oh.
Yeah, so I'll go with
stick
them
with
then.
Frey so we can.
All right. Strieg,
Hold on to
you
your arm, Garrett.
circle through towards where
Can I say that
towards-
before I left, I handed the periscope mirror off to Garrett so that he could hand it to Frey and he could look in on whatever Frey's looking at too.
Oh my god, the stupid mirror.
Sure. Yeah.
I think this is the one use case for this mirror that's actually useful. I'm proud of this one.
Yeah, I mean it's something. But I don't know if Frey wants to be holding it up in the middle of a rich auction house.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll let them decide that. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so otherwise, Frey, after about 5 minutes, she slips out the same door that that Rick had went through. And that's where you lose sight of her. It is late afternoon, by the way. It's like 4 o'clock-ish, 4 or 5 o'clock, after the auctions are done and everything like that, and people are winding down. Rowan, you and Mira, as you are waiting and slowly beginning to follow him, Strieg does meet up with you as well.
Yay.
And you guys are following him?
Yeah.
He is not a stealthy person, and he doesn't seem to be paying the most attention.
Cool. Love that.
It seems like, for the most part, he's just kind of wandering. He stumbles a bit. After tailing him for the better part of probably 10 minutes, it would occur to you that he is tripping fucking balls.
Okay.
He is high as shit.
Does it look like he got high like in the alley or like?
Yeah, he
he's
was
been-
not like this before that. At least
Okay.
from what you guys observed.
Okay. Interesting.
And you guys follow him for the better part of probably 2.5 hours. He is slow. Like, occasionally he stops and nurses on the pipe some more. Then he goes back to walking. Then he nurses on the pipe some more and goes back to walking. he's not in, you know, traditional Ducal guard garb, but he is in armor, and no one seems to pay him that much mind, given he's a towering giant of a man, and also carrying a gun. But you just watch as he eventually, he just kind of turns down and heads down a set of stairs to a lower level below a cliff. You are, at this point, on the pretty much far southern side of the city. And he heads in, and you can see where there is a gate. And he kind of begins, he pulls out his keys, and he puts it in, jiggles it a couple times. No. Tries another one. He has probably 40 or 50 keys. He's trying this with his eyes closed.
Oh my god.
Eventually, after trying all of them, he's like, oh, no, it's one of them. He gets back. It's probably been 10 minutes. And finally, about 10 keys through the second try, there's a click. And he heads in through this gate.
Does he close it behind him?
He just kind of like stumbles and kicks it, and it clangs shut.
But is it locked though?
I mean, we have a lockpick person with us, I think. Hypothetically.
I mean, he might not have locked it. It might have just clanged.
Yeah.
Yeah,
guys-
does he stumble away?
Yes, he is stumbling away. You can see he's pulling out a lantern and lighting it. It's very dim, but he does light a lantern. And then the smell hits you as you approach. This is an annex entrance to a sewer.
Oh.
Fine, I guess.
So sad Frey didn't come with you
Right.
guys.
Alright. I think
Try
we
the
have
gate.
to
Is
go.
it still unlocked?
It seems shut. Like, you try and like wiggle it a little bit and nothing.
I kind of look at Rohan like, are we doing this?
I think we have to.
Mira is also a key.
I was gonna say, my way is a way, but it would be loud and leave evidence.
Yeah. Maybe we try to pick it first.
Right.
And then you can do it like Brooklyn.
While you guys are
You should
picking,
ask Garrett maybe first, though.
I was
if,
gonna
like,
say, Frey, Garrett, what are you two doing?
Do
You've
we
got-
want to follow Edith? Frey?
Yes, we could try. She went out the back as well. I lost sight of her after that.
Okay. Why don't we try to follow her, see where she's gone?
All right. One of you leading the charge to follow her, please give me an int notice.
I will attempt.
Yeah, I would say this is a new scene. You can definitely do better, Garrett, if you'd like to reroll.
Alright, why not? Nope, no, I can't do better.
With everything you've got, you begin to follow and tail her. She is very adept. She cuts through alleys. She will stop at a crowd for a moment. You
Makes sense.
follow her for the better part of about 45 minutes. she is incredibly careful. She circles back. She does not want to be followed wherever she's going. And after about an hour, you lose her.
Actually, can I, because we can see her, right?
Yeah, you can see, sometimes you can see her, yeah.
Okay, well, in one of those glimpses, in case it might help, Frey just kind of stares at her, just once, just mess up, and I would like to use an ill fate on her.
Ooh, love that. I forgot you can do this.
Okay, the next pertinent skill check they make is a -1. Okay, what is the undertaking? What is the curse?
So the curse is her trying to lose its tail.
All right. All right. Well, in that case, that gets Garrett up to a 10, I'll say.
Is it enough? The long pause.
It is enough that you are able to follow her for another... It's probably... In total, you followed her for an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. You are in the Luminate Ward. That is essentially the heart of culture for Artivista, where you haven't spent much time. It's where most of the art galleries, various, studios and things like that, and the many theaters and opera houses and things are. And it is here that she heads into the Theater of Dreams.
The Theater of Dreams.
It is arguably the biggest theater, and definitely the most culturally relevant in Artivista, and probably Madara.
There's a good chance that we just lost her.
She heads in there, and you can choose to follow or wait outside.
We already came this far.
Might as well keep going.
Yeah, I'd like to follow her inside.
As you head inside, there are banners hanging outside of the Theater of Dreams, advertising the Heart trilogy, and that next year it will be debuting the final of the trilogy, The Portrait of a Dying Heart. It is... Once you go inside, it is all the banners are about. It seems like it is a huge deal, which... God, you are the two who would know that, so I don't even need to... Oh my god.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take Viv to see this.
Yeah, it is a big deal. Long story short, Garrett, you probably will have seen the first two multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
The first one in the trilogy is Silensis, which is like almost a half like musical that was written right after the Black Sun, about a woman with an umbral curse who saps emotions from those around her. And I'm sorry?
Sorry, real quick. This is giving me flashbacks to when Strieg was talking to the bartender during one of our first sessions. Was it about this?
It was about the Theater of Dreams. Yes, it was.
Wow.
The foreshadowing pays off.
Yeah.
But specifically, the most relevant part to the trilogy is in the prologue, there are a couple, Emery and Emile, that had their emotions stolen, and there was never a follow-up. They were essentially just there to introduce the curse, and they don't have a song of their own. It's just really sad, but everyone kept asking what happened to them. So the two brothers who write the majority and create the majority of the plays here at the Theater of Dreams wrote a play directly about them called One Voice, Two Hearts, which was all about Emery and Emile learning how to love again without emotions, finding a way to overcome it. And the new one, it was essentially, like, people were happy. No one was like, we need more. But a few years ago, it was announced that there was going to be a third one. The specifics of it have always been left up to interpretation. The main art that you've seen shows a funeral. That is all that is known. And that is called The Portrait of a Dying Heart. That's all the detail I'll give you. Because I don't need to lore dump about this because, hey, maybe you guys will have to go see it and I'm going to have to spend like an hour describing a play. We'll see what happens. But yeah, that's the Heart trilogy. It's the big thing right now.
Hey.
There are a couple of other plays that are run here sometimes, but again, brevity at this point. Otherwise, you go inside and there is a fairly large crowd. You don't immediately see her. It looks like there is going to be an evening play known as The Dreamer. They are selling seats to it.
Have I seen this play before?
Give me an int no.
Sure. That's 12.
Oh, baby, I love it when people roll high on knowledge checks. Oh. Yeah, so it is about a gentleman named Aldo. It's an older play from probably before the Black Sun, I think. Who always imagines himself and dreams of himself being killed over and over again and trying to understand what it means. And in the end, it is not him, but it is someone else. He is seeing their death through his eyes, and he has essentially been compelled to prevent it. The only way he will be able to find rest, find peace, is to save this person's life. And the ending on whether or not he survives the final confrontation is left up to interpretation.
See. Well, Frey, have you seen this play before? It's been around since even before the Black Sun. It's a bit of a classic.
Would Frey have seen it before?
Give me an int now.
Okay.
Nope. Hasn't even heard of it.
Frey just shakes his head, and I guess it wasn't a big thing in Alistair.
Well, we're not seeing Edith out here. Do you think they went into the play?
Either she had a show to go to, or this was another way to try and lose anybody following her.
I think
Maybe
so
she
as
snuck
well.
out the back.
Why don't we grab
Yeah.
2 tickets and see if they're in there? If they're not, we don't have to sit and watch the play. Obviously, things that would take a bit long. But if we see them in there, we'll stay with them. But I think grabbing a couple tickets and checking inside the theater wouldn't hurt.
Of course, I'll get some tickets then.
Sounds good.
Frey will go buy tickets.
You guys are going to buy tickets to a fucking play.
We're not watching the play just to get inside and if we
Yeah.
see her in there, then obviously we'll stick around and
Watch the play.
right until she leaves. But we're not watching the play to watch the play. This isn't a mandate.
Frey,
Meanwhile, the sewer crew.
The play is going to run you 5 silver each.
Yeah,
Good.
Frey will pass
Good,
over
yeah.
the 10 silver.
Good thing I let Frey borrow 50 gold a couple sessions back.
So, 10 silver gets you going. You get in there, and it is quiet, and you scan for a long moment before you see Eddie, who you were chasing. She is sitting in a row with... the rest of the row is empty, but she's sitting next to someone.
Are we assigned seats, or is this a general
No,
admission?
there's no assigned seats. Like, there are VIP seats that you can pay extra for, but...
Okay.
Nah, this is general admission.
Would we be able to grab seats that keep them in sight without being too obvious?
Yeah, you could sit like 4 or 5 rows behind him. She's on like the right-hand side, like 3rd row from the front.
By the back of their head, do they look like MacBraonan?
It does not look like MacBraonan. It looks like another woman.
Oh my
Do they
gosh,
seem
what's
to
her
be-
name? It's Rachel Blakely. I mean, I don't know that it's Rachel Blakely. I've never seen Rachel Blakely, but
I like how many people you guys have thought Rachel Blakely is now.
Do they
One
seem
of
to be
these
like?
times it might be her.
Do they seem to be like interacting with each other, or are they just seated next to each other?
They are just seated next to each other right now.
Okay. Yeah. So Frey would like to sit a few rows behind them.
but you don't sit immediately next to someone in an entirely empty row.
If you're
Unless you
really
know them.
awkward, you do. It has happened. It is not cool, but some people do it. It is very awkward.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll sit and keep an eye on them.
Alright, so you guys are sitting and watching a play for the next couple of hours. Oh. Meanwhile... Wait a minute. Alright, sewer crew.
Great.
Yep.
What are you doing?
Guess we're trying to pick the lock.
Alright. Give me a dex sneak. Streak's an expert in lockpicking. You fiddle with it a little bit, and it unlatches and comes loose. It was not hard to do at all.
Because who's breaking into a sewer?
Apparently we are.
Unfortunately.
Oh, by the way, I would have earringed to Streak that we were following Edith and that she's currently watching a play with someone and we're keeping an eye on them.
Well,
If you
update
wanted
Garrett
fill in
that
every-
he might be about to hop into a sewer.
Garrett mentally gags. At
Frey
that a little
finding a way
bit.
to avoid the sewer is so fucking funny.
I think you just get back like a very like almost a mental sigh and just enjoy the play.
I think it's even funnier that Frey did not try to find a way to avoid the sewer. Frey just happened to be in the team that didn't have to go to the sewer. Like, Frey is just loved by life.
Garrett
And
will
most of
keep
us
up
are
a minor running commentary on the play through this whole ordeal.
Great.
So that Street
It'll
gets to watch the
distract
play
from the
too.
smell. Alright, I guess we're heading inside. Did we see where the very high guy went?
I mean, it is a straight shot right now.
For what it's worth, I mean, this probably makes our sneaking a little easier because it sounds like it's dark.
It is, like, once you get to the end, and it's about 30 or 40 feet, and then there's stairs that go down by about 10 or 15 feet.
Okay.
At which point, it's pretty much pitch black.
Okay. Well, I have
remember,
Yeah. What is, at this point, I need to know, what is the marching order? Because you are going to be stuck single file, unless someone wants to wade in the sewer itself. There is a lip that's about 4 to 5 feet wide. It's enough that someone can walk on, like essentially like a service lip. And then the middle is just all raw sewage.
I think Mira's probably first.
Yeah.
Mira, Rohan, Streak.
Sure.
Right.
That seems right.
Classic wizard in the middle so they can shine a light.
Yay. I really am the light of your lives.
You continue following him for, mostly by sound, for about 10 more minutes, maybe 15, as he slowly makes his way down. He crosses... There are a couple of very tenuous wooden bridges that cross the... like, there's a lip on each side. And then beyond them is like, in order to cross from one side to the other, and he crosses one, and then it's, when I say tenuous, like, I mean, like, it's wobbly walking across it. And the sewage is at least a couple of feet deep, maybe more. After all, that snow melting, getting into the gutters and things is not good for sewage. Or is, depending on how you think of it. It's probably less sludge and more watery. But yeah, you have to, like, slowly and fucking methodically walk across this, like, maybe 10-foot long set of boards. And then he just continues on. It turns and curves north. And you can see pretty far ahead of you, maybe a couple 100 feet, what looks like torchlight.
Has he been walking in the pitch dark this whole time?
No, as I said, you know, it felt like an hour ago, but yeah, he does have a lantern that is lit. It's just very dully lit, so you can only see a couple feet in front of him, if that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we just keep following, staying out of any of his light.
All right, staying pretty far back, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Eventually, you hear him. He calls, "Oi, what news?" And someone calls back, "No news, sir. It's all quiet. You all expected a meeting?" And it kind of echoes back towards you too. No, not supposed to be. Why? Eddie sent me here. Supposed to be meeting MacBraonan. Something about... Yeah, you guys picked a hell of a time to split. You ain't seen him? No, not particularly. I mean, not down this way. He might have came in the back. And then the other, there's another voice that... No, I don't think he ever really comes in the back. Always this way. Or so if he's like, what am I gonna sit on my ass and wait for him? You let him know to hurry up when you see him.
Oh no. Oh no!
Will do.
Yeah.
Will do. And he
He's about to
continues
come
to
back
head
up this
on.
direction? Oh, okay, good.
He is continuing to head on.
I thought you were about to say he turns around and walks back this direction where we have painstakingly walked across this tiny ass staircase or whatever.
So
Okay,
yeah, from what you can hear, it sounds like you can see that it ends at some sort of junction or service level or something where you can reach something. You can't immediately tell other than seeing two figures that are lit by the light of a lantern. You hear him, like, you sort of kind of lose sound of him as it begins to echo. It seems like he has made another turn.
Okay. I mean, I don't think we need to keep following him necessarily, right? We could guess stick around here. I don't know.
I mean, are we just gonna wait here for Mr. Sees Through Magic to come down and
Right.
see you
I don't
guys here?
Right. I don't know. But I mean, either way, this is where he would be coming, so I don't think we need to worry about following what's his dude face. Do we? I don't know. What do you think? Do we stay?
I
Probably.
think we
not.
should go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go. I mean,
I mean,
You
we
said
know
we could
this is
see-
here now.
yeah, you said we could see two figures in the torchlight or whatever.
Yes. It looks like they're sitting at a table.
Would we be passing them if we tried to go out whatever this back way is?
You would, I mean, maybe you're not, like, you'd need to be real fucking quiet. Like, you wouldn't necessarily be in the light, but you would make noise.
Right.
You do hear at this point something behind you splashing. Like something
we
just
go. We
fell
go.
in the water.
I look with my special eyes.
Yeah.
Which specialized would these be? Your special...
My ones that can see in the dark?
right. I thought you meant your magical special eyes.
No, the regular ones.
Okay, so you look with your regular eyes, not your special eyes.
They're special compared to me.
Oh, right. You have dark vision, so you can fucking see what's going on. Yeah, you can see it's two Ducal guardsmen here up ahead. Like, you can't make out like details, but it's two Ducal guardsmen.
No, but the splashing.
Oh, yes. The splashing from behind you. Something is swimming in the filth water.
There's something swimming.
Okay, I think we gotta go.
It out, and you can see this kind of like sinewy kind of gross sapping thing with these large completely black eyes and these tendrils coming out of its mouth, just kind of sticking just its upper body out of the water. Two long, almost claw-like, three-fingered appendages. And it just kind of, like, looks around, it blinks, but it then sniffs at the air, and you just hear it. And then it begins swimming in your direction.
There is a sewer monster. We need to get out of here now.
How do we get out of
Now,
here?
Mira, you can see it, even though it's probably 60, 70 feet away.
Okay.
Oh.
We gotta go. We gotta go through. We gotta go past these guys.
And you see as it kind of starts to dive back in, like, it, like, shudders a bit, and excess skin on its arms begins to wrap around its claws and give it almost webbed fingers to make it swim better. and it just begins to dive under again, and you kind of lose sight of it in the thick, sludgy sewer water.
We gotta go, guys. Guys, what are we doing? Let's go.
Are we just
start dragging
running
them.
back?
We could try to
No, we
sneak
gotta
past
go-
it, I guess.
We gotta go the other direction. We gotta go past these guys, the guards.
How do we explain that?
We don't. We try to sneak. And
All
if they
right, so
come
at this
after us,
point, it
then
sounds
we're
like we
affected.
need a map.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
God damn it.
Oh,
So,
no.
you guys are probably a little bit further back here. But ahead of you, you can see, Mira, you can see that there is a bridge crossing over, and then you can see two new call guardsmen up here. The splashing is coming from further back here as well.
Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta cross this bridge now.
Let's do it, I guess.
And he also went. I'm sorry. There we go. He went this way, like into this direction. Like you've been following him up here, and he just kind of went up this way and then turned left.
Ooh, okay. Well, I guess we could avoid the bridge and do that. Although we would probably come out behind that guy, but yeah, fuck the bridge. We should just go straight and go left like that guy did.
Let's get out of here, Scooby Gang.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to go straight and
Okay. Well, wait. We're gonna have to roll initiative on this.
Oh, god damn it.
Fuck.
Now, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that Strieg is filling us in that they're about to get attacked by a sewer monster.
Yeah, I might have mentioned it.
All right. Streak Mirror, you guys do go first.
all right. Did you guys drop your disguises, or are you guys still disguised?
Still disguised.
I
Okay.
would
I'm going
assume
to
still
glamour-
disguised.
So my glamour, I think, says I can be in like. Hold on, I do want to read it real quick because it's. Okay, dress coiffed and. Okay, I'd basically like to look as dirty as possible. Is my goal.
Great.
I would like to look like I am covered in filth,
Lovely.
like to the point where ideally nobody can see my features at all.
Okay. You are covered in filth.
Okay, I'm gonna grab these guys' hands and I'm gonna start like. I don't want to say running, but like going as quickly as I possibly can.
If you run, you will alert them.
Yeah.
You have to choose between stealth and running here.
I'm gonna step on the bridge so that you guys can go past me, and I can be between y'all and the creature.
Okay, I'm gonna stealth, I guess, because we can't just say fuck the guards here. So okay. Yeah. Does that mean I have to go half speed, or is that like I just can't go?
I think we've always rolled it as half speed.
Okay. All right. Well, great. Great. The tiniest movement. Oh, well, I guess I can take a dash action at half speed.
Correct. Yeah, I would say, yeah, if you're trying to be incredibly quiet, you can move at half your speed and turn and still have your action do something else if you'd like. Oh, Streak is running up ahead, though. Oh, wait.
No, I was going
okay.
What do you mean?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay, I see what's going on. Except I did say you guys were further back, so...
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
So, yeah, you wouldn't have actually been able to reorganize. I didn't make this map long enough, I'm sorry. So, it would have been like this, and now you guys would be like... probably about there now. Because, yeah, remember I said at the beginning you guys were like way back here, and it was further behind.
Sure.
Fine.
Okay. Well,
Alright, let's see what the second team does. The answer's nothing. And then you hear splashing, and you see as something kind of... You see a lot of movement in the water, and then... Oh god, yeah, you guys have light from... You see this thing appear out of the sludge. And just kind of stare at you. It has this incredibly long and spindly tail that kind of wraps a little bit, and you see a long, almost chameleon-like tongue come out.
I square up.
And it just... And...
Maybe it's friendly.
Was that it's licking its eyes?
No, it just, like, when it brings its tongue back in, its tongue, like, whips around. And it scans. And it's gonna go for Streak.
Why?
Because Alex wrote something horrible into her backstory that doesn't help you here.
What? Oh.
Well, why doesn't it go for me?
You look unappetizing.
Yeah. Thank God, I guess.
Why does this still have a thing on it? There we go. Get rid of that. All right. So it is going to try and tail swipe Streak.
Don't do that.
Oh. Okay, so that I think an 18 hits.
No.
Yeah, I would say so.
All right, I am going to need a strength punch because it's attempting to grapple you with its tail.
Oh.
And you need to get a 10 or higher.
Oh, fuck me. Yeah, no.
As it does, its body elongates from about the 7 or 8 feet it is right now. Its tail wraps around Strieg's leg, and its body elongates to about 12 or 13 feet. And then you see as, like, its claws begin to dig into the lip of the ridge that you're on, and then its neck begins to extend. And now it's going to attempt to bite Strieg.
Why did we do this, you guys?
Take 5 damage.
Wow. Okay. Is there any point in Frey and I attempting to make our way to them, or is this all going to be done before we can even get there because combat?
I mean, we've been walking. For
Yeah,
2.5 hours.
combat.
How did we get here? Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are probably...
Okay.
You guys know where it is. Like, Gary, you know, you have a pretty good idea where they are. Probably gonna take you... Like, the Luminae district isn't incredibly far away. You could probably be there in half an hour.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't... you're not fighting for a half hour.
You can
Either-
come
either-
recover our bodies, maybe. but-
Yeah.
All right. And, Shriek, it is going to pull you into the water.
Fuck me.
I hate to ask, but is it? I forget. Is it 5 damage plus 3 shock damage? Or...
No, the shock damage is a minimum.
Okay, good.
As it pulls Shriek into the water, it is, yeah, it's the end of its turn. Strieg, you are considered drowning right now.
Great.
Have the Ducal guards like noticed us?
They've noticed a lot of splashing, and they seem to be saying something, but it's not their turn right now. It's Strieg, Mira, and Rollins.
Hold on. I'm looking at the reference.
While you guys are looking, wait a second. Garrett, as a particularly touching scene, as there's a particularly touching scene where this man finally is admitting just how bad these dreams have been and how much they have taken out of his life, you then can feel the worry and Streak's thoughts as he is being pulled into the water by this giant monstrosity of a thing.
Crap.
What are you doing?
I am telling Frey that apparently they're being attacked and by some kind of weird monster thing. It's gonna take us a half hour to get there.
We can't do
Now,
shit.
less, you could probably cut that down to half if you lost all sense of like subtlety and just fucking ran full tilt there.
I mean, if we run 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, combat rounds are what, 6 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you are not getting here in time for this combat. There's no scenario.
Yeah. I mean, we could get there 15 minutes if we sprint like crazy. Part of me wants to go help them, because, however, that winds up, they're in this like sewer lair, and supposedly there's supposed to be some meeting with MacBraonan.
Oh, we can try to get there.
But part of me is also like, by the time we get there, who knows what we're running into, if what's going on. We don't want to lose Edith. Has Edith been doing anything this whole time?
Yes, she is sitting there talking to someone occasionally, and during like quiet moments in between scenes.
Oh, we know this is a freaking date.
It really seems like it's a date.
Okay, we gotta go help.
Okay.
Oh, you convinced Frey to go into the sewers.
I'm sure he will come to regret it.
Question. Did Mira, Rowan, and Streak shut the sewer gate behind them?
Did we?
I
think
would
we
have.
would've,
That's just
yeah.
standard practice.
Lovely. Thank you. Alright, so, Garrett, you and Frey reluctantly get up and start heading out.
I mean,
As we're making our way there, I do fill Frey in with what happens in the rest of the play.
Not the fight, the play.
Well, the cliff notes of what's
All
going
right,
on with the
yeah.
play, because Frey's gonna want to know how the play ends.
Alright.
No,
I'll also fill them in.
You'll just buy me another ticket.
All right. I'll just buy you another ticket some other time.
Alright. Streak, Mira, Rowan.
Mira from the top rope. I'm going to screen an ally, and then I'm gonna. Well, actually, do I know, like mechanically, if I throw a motherfucker, if it would it take Streak with it?
Maybe. It's
Okay, I won't
wrapped
do
pretty
that.
well around, but you can try.
I
mean,
won't do that. I will just boop it on the snoot, so to speak.
can you just grab Streak and pull him out?
It's so
Is that-
freaking cute. Let me zoom in.
Because I
It's
have a thing
so
I can maybe do if you can get Streak out.
You have no magical spells, though.
I have a vial of burst frostfire in my inventory.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That would definitely draw attention, though.
Well,
You
I
just
mean, we're like
jumped
We're a
in,
little
you just
past-
cannonballed in.
yeah, we can't. I mean, like we're gonna die here. We can take the two guys. I don't think we can take the filth. The what is this thing called?
It's a
The
filth
filth
hound. Yeah.
You don't know that.
I mean, Streak would probably tell you we can't take this thing right now.
If he
I'm
wasn't
a little
drowning.
concerned.
Yeah.
Hey, at least it's not that other underwater or underground thing that we fought
I know.
way back.
The something vor. I forget what it
Yeah.
was.
Kyrovor?
Pyrovore? Yeah.
Pyrovore. that's it.
Alright, what are you guys doing? Mira's diving in and booping it on the snoot?
I'm waiting to see if Mira can get Streak out. Hypothetically.
Alright.
Ideally.
Aggressive booping.
Mira with a fucking elbow off the top rope. Here we go.
I mean, would seeing if I could like get him away from it, would that be my like attack action or?
Yes, I would
I
say.
forget everything about combat in this game.
I know, it's because I don't do enough combat. I'm so sorry. I will say you can try and yank him away. You can, like, try and break the grapple. You can yode him, and it might break the grapple. Or you can hit him and definitely have a chance to deal damage.
Well, I don't want him to drown.
I think breaking the grapple would be better.
Now, yoding him, even if it fails to break the grapple, if you do yode him onto land, ergo Streak is no longer drowning.
Yeah, but it does damage, and I don't want to throw him into the wall to death. That would make me feel bad. And he would be dead, so...
Also bad! Secondary, Streaks dies.
I guess I'll just try to, like, wrestle him away from it for now.
Give me a strength punch.
I mean, Mira's feelings are paramount of paramount concern compared to our bodily harm.
You are able to do so. You start pulling and yanking, and you get him up, and you watch as, like, the tail retracts. Like, this thing's entire body, every part of it seems to be able to, like, stretch beyond the size that you see it as.
Well, if it wants to attack him again, it has to go through me.
So am I no longer grappled?
You are no
drowning?
longer grappled. You are able to, like, pull yourself up to the point where you're breathing as she, like, pulls you away from it. So you have technically gotten to your feet. The sewage is about 3.5 feet deep, so, you know, a little over waist high.
I would love for y'all to get away from this thing so I can...
All right, Streak and Rowan.
Yeah, can I scramble away from try and get myself back on land?
Oh yeah, it is going to take a check to climb out of this and onto land, because it's about maybe I'd say 6-7 feet, so enough that, like, you have to pull yourself up. So I will take a strength or dex exert. To pull yourself out of the sludge. You are able to do so swimmingly, up to this side, I take it? Or were you moving over here first?
No, I'm just, it's the closest land.
All right. Now, Mira, you are screening.
Yes.
All right. They must succeed on a opposed skill check. Okay, so they have another skill check against your strength punch. So,
Okay.
Mira, I need another strength punch. It does not succeed, so its attack turns to you.
Fuck you.
As it is going to bite the shit out of you.
Try me, bitch.
Shit.
Oh, fuck.
As Streak climbs away, you're, like, shoving him up, and, like, you lose your footing and slide, almost like going underwater yourself. And, like, as you start to pull yourself up, you're just trying to shove it back, and it just bites right onto your chest and just begins digging and gnawing through your dress.
Motherfucker.
All right, Rowan.
Yeah. Well, is Mira grappled or just...
No, she is not grappled.
He's
Okay.
beefy, she can take it.
All right. Mira, should I wait for you to try to get away before I do this? You don't
I
think you
can
move
throw
anymore, right?
the bitch.
But you can't do that now. Do we want to wait for
No,
its next
not
turn?
not now.
Well,
Next
I'm
turn
trying
I
to throw
can.
the burst frostfire thing. That's why I'm asking.
I don't have any. I used my move action.
Yeah. Okay, I guess I'll wait. I can't do anything else. I guess I'll try to... I have a dagger I can throw at it, maybe? Is that a thing? That's a thing, right?
You can, in fact, throw a dagger at it.
Oh, I guess that's what I'm doing. I doubt that does anything.
It does not. You throw it and into the water it goes.
Also, no shock damage.
Let me see here. You do not get shock damage on ranged attacks.
Right. Okay.
Did I use my action getting out?
Yes, you have still had your move. I'm sorry. Moving back that way. Okay. All right. As you head to fall back, the fighting truly beginning, you hear a call from the Ducal guards. Oi, I think Jamie's got one. We should probably go see what's going on.
Jamie? They call it Jamie?
And as they both begin to stand up and draw blades, as Garrett and Frey charge down here, and as Mira and Strieg desperately try to wrest this fucker away from it themselves and put it down before it can get to them. Here in the depths of a very heavily running sewer under Artevishte, chasing down the best lead you've had after nearly 2 months of searching, knowing that perhaps information on MacBraonan is right within your grasp. As the stakes get raised again and your cover is blown, it is here that we will be ending tonight's session.
Oh,
Just to verify, did they call the sewer dingo Jamie?
They did. They said, "Oi, Jamie, it looks like Jamie's got another one. Let's go see what it is."
I'm gonna break
So I'm
Jamie's
gonna
fucking
recommend
neck.
we run.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I have never ended a session mid-combat before.
Well,
Well,
That's
why'd you start us
understandable.
in combat at 15
I did!
minutes left?
You guys chose to fucking go there and then
Knew we
stand
were gonna
there.
go.
I'm sorry, who's the one that said you hear splashing behind you? You did not have to say that. No, sir.
I did have to say that, in fact, because
You
it was
did
there.
not.
I don't get to lie about my prep. I don't get to pretend
did
there's not a
not.
filth out here. It's
Hey,
cute.
Robert,
Couldn't-
Robert, in the
Theoretically,
future,
you do.
I think I speak for all of us when I say in the future, you're totally allowed to pretend there's not a filth down there.
It's so
We give you
cute
permission.
though. He's a cute
we
little
won't be
guy,
offended.
isn't he?
I would
Yeah, you
love to see
you
him.
could have
from far away.
introduced him like an hour ago when
No.
we first got into the sewer. Before the whole play thing happened.
That doesn't make any sense.
Ah, boy.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
I really feel like Garrett and Frey could have just stayed and watched the play. I don't know what they're gonna do coming here.
I honestly don't know what phrase. It's not like he is. It's not like he's been going around carrying weapons with him or anything.
Yeah.
He's just gonna stand there and just be like, "Run
You can do
away!"
it. Yeah.
Frank doesn't even have a dagger on them? A short
No,
sword?
no.
No.
Frey does not carry weapons around by habit.
He's so cute. I'm gonna add him to the recording now. Like, he's gonna be just a little guy who hangs out on the fucking title screen now. My cute little filth hound. I love him.
I accept that.
You have to add Julius first.
I'm
No.
sorry. Julius ain't nearly as cute as this guy. There you go. See? He just hangs out there now.
Vaguely reminds me of a yinglet.
Oh.
I don't know. What
I,
that
I,
is, but-
I love making fucked up monsters. It's so much fun. Oh, God. Oh, God. How are you guys gonna have this one? Also, Alex, you want to tell him why why it didn't go for you?
You have no smell.
It's 100% your fault.
Let me open my notes back up again. Where is it?
Quiet Place is one of my favorite horror movies, so this is a real kick in the pants for me.
I don't know where it is.
I will quote it from. By the way, this was just listed. It's not like a mechanic or anything. It was just something that we listed in her backstory and everything.
I probably wrote it down.
Yeah, Alex said. Animals tend to react oddly to her and generally avoid her unless they know her well, since she doesn't smell like a human and smells like a weird homunculus thing.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
I think you did mention this when she tried to
Yeah, with Julius. Julius didn't like her either.
Yeah.
So, it's not very good when a tank. Animals don't like your tank. Oh.
Mhm.
Oh, God. I'm so excited. Next week, we get to start in combat. For the record, I was initially expecting this sewer to be a thing like 3 weeks ago. Like, if you guys ended up here, there were a bunch of different ways you could have ended up here, and I thought for sure you would have found something before now. But there was another way I thought you might have went, and then at the last minute, Frey has some bonkers rolls, and then you guys choose to investigate and follow Fucko, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess we are going to the sewer after all.
Great.
Oh, I love a sewer level, don't you?
No.
We're all gonna die in the sewer.
You know what I thought was gonna happen? When they said that MacBraonan was coming to this meeting, I thought MacBraonan was gonna be coming up behind the group.
Honestly,
That's
I
what I
thought
thought
that's what I thought they were scared of at first. When they were like, oh, fuck, we're trapped. MacBraonan's at the entrance.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, I didn't think he was at the entrance. I thought that's why you, like, when he said, like, when the guy was like, oh, well, he never comes through the back way. He always comes through the front. I was like, oh, that's why you spent so long describing how, like, narrow and precarious this entry, entry was.
It turns out there's a lot of reasons.
Yeah. Because we can't just, like, turn around and run. This guy has been, like, behind us for an hour or whatever.
Yeah. Just wait till you find out why Fucko got really high before he came down here.
Great.
Because he doesn't want to deal with Jamie, the freaking.
Oh, Jamie,
this
the
does remind me of the
Hound.
Arkham series sewer whatever Killer Croc.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember which one it was in, but yeah.
I don't know where I got the idea for this. I was like, I want like a sewer monster, but I want it to be original and weird and fucked up. Because I like sewer monsters, but like I also wanted it to be like an animal boy. I was like, that's pretty cute. I'm so happy someone else said it.
I looked up Arkham City sewer in the gifting, and I saw this, and I don't understand what this is.
Wow.
Looks like that's supposed to be some kind of anthro person.
Like a VR thing? I have no idea.
Yeah, some kind of VR anthro, either some kind of shark or...
That a straight furry.
Yeah.
It could be a gay furry.
It could.
Actually,
They usually are.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go to bed, but this was fun, and I'm looking forward to next week.
I'm so excited for Frey to get into the dirty.
Oh my god.
I'm so excited.
Gonna hate every moment of it.
I was so ready to game the system so Frey was the one who got yanked into the sewers if you ever got down here. But no, Frey wasn't part of the group who got yanked down here.
Nope.
I was ready to cook the books and yank Frey.
You should have stayed behind and watched the play.
Yeah, we should have.
God. Well, until next week, guys.
All right. Good night.
Good night.